I'm a slashaholic, addicted to the fray. Be seeing you in your dream. No, don't be afraid. This time, it isn't one of your nightmares. This one was mine.
In the night, and I need you to hold me tight whenever I want you. All I have to do is breathe.
Just remember,
I can make you mine, taste your lips of wine anytime, night or day. The only trouble is, gee whiz, I'm dreaming my life away. I need you so that I could die. I love you so, and that is why whenever I want you, all I have to do is breathe, breathe, breathe.
did you miss Freddy? Well, just remember, all you have to do is dream.
I can make you mine, taste your lips of wine anytime, night or day. The only trouble is, gee whiz, I'm dreaming my life away. I need you so that I could die. I love you so.
Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 6. The fan novelization by Jeremy Terry. Based on the screenplay by Michael De Luca. Sleep. Those little slices of death. How I loathe them. Edgar Allan Poe. Do you know the terror of he who falls asleep? To the very toes he is terrified because the ground gives way beneath him and the dreams begin. Friedrich Nietzsche. Prologue. And first, the news. From the Springwood Gazette, June 16, 1961. Springwood child missing. Police fear worst. Police now fear the worst after new evidence surfaces in connection with the disappearance of an 8-year-old Springwood girl. The girl was reported missing by her mother on June 13th and was originally thought to have wandered off while playing in her yard and become lost in the woods behind her home. A new search conducted of the surrounding areas turned up a torn ribbon. The missing girl's mother confirmed was from her hair. "I tied her hair in a ponytail with that," her distraught mother told this reporter. "She was just going to play outside in the yard. She'd done it 100 times before. I told her I was going to take a nap and to get me if she needed me. Oh God, I was sleeping while someone was stealing away my baby." From the Springwood Gazette, June 28, 1961. Springwood fears confirmed. The body of a missing Springwood girl was discovered in a wooded area behind the local high school. Police Detective Donald Thompson was reluctant to provide details, but an anonymous source within the department informed the Springwood Gazette that the remains showed signs of mutilation prior to being burned and discarded. "We had to identify her with her dental records," said the source. "Whoever did this is an evil person. Her death was neither quick nor easy. The poor girl suffered greatly at the monster's hands." Detective Thompson asked the readers keep the grieving family in their prayers and asked that they report any suspicious person or activity. "The investigation is ongoing, but we could use your help," Thompson said. From the Springwood Gazette, December 24, 1965. Christmas Vigil ends in a nightmare as serial killer strikes again. The Christmas season is supposed to be a time of joy, a time for families to come together to reminisce about the good old days. It's time for children's laughter and parents' love. But not for one Springwood family, not this year, because our small community has once again been struck by tragedy. 11-year-old Bradley Evans was first reported missing on the evening of the 22nd. He was last seen by friends he was playing with at the park 3 blocks from his home. "Bradley always walked home from the park," said one child the Gazette interviewed with their parents' permission. "It wasn't even dark when he started for home. We all thought we were safe as long as the sun was still shining." Sadly, it appears they were wrong. A search team led by volunteers discovered Bradley's remains in a culvert near the Batham River Bridge late yesterday evening. From the Springwood Gazette, April 30th, 1966. Springwood slasher claims 19th victim. From the New York Times, July 21st, 1968. Springwood slasher to go free on technicality. From the Springwood Gazette, July 23rd, 1968. Kruger deceased. Suspected Springwood serial killer dies in boiler room fire. From the Springwood Gazette, March 10th, 1981. Teenage girl murdered by her boyfriend. A 16-year-old girl was murdered in her home last night while her friends were sleeping in the room next to her. Springwood police are seeking another teenager named Rod Lane, who is wanted for questioning in connection with the death. (1999) Springwood, Ohio. His name was David, and he was one of the last, maybe the very last. Hell, he hadn't seen another teenager or child in weeks, so it could be. He looked up and down the deserted street, at shuttered windows and locked doors. Forgotten for sale signs leaned in several overgrown yards. Their words faded into near illegibility. How did this happen, he wondered. This is like living in a Twilight Zone episode. The wind blew dead leaves across the macadam, carrying a yellowed piece of paper with them. It tumbled into his leg and wrapped around his calf like clutching fingers. David knelt and picked the paper off. It was the front page of the Springwood Gazette. The headline screaming in bold capital letters, "Kruger kills again." A grainy black and white photograph below the heading showed a small bouquet of daisies and a wooden cross with the words, "We remember," carved into the beam. There was a group of young girls wearing white dresses, playing with a jump rope in the background. That's what happened to this town, he thought. He happened. Fred Kruger happened. A gust of wind rustled the leaves around his feet, their crackling voice sounding like a low, menacing laugh. David looked up from the newspaper and gasped. The street had changed. Gone were the ramshackle houses. A single building stood in their place, its large plate glass windows broken and boarded up long ago. The sign on the front of it named it the Crave Inn. His feet moved of their own accord, as if he were being drawn in by some unfathomable force. He mounted the sidewalk and peered between the boards on the window to see inside. It looked like a 50s-era diner, complete with the soda fountain and chrome finishing along the bar and stools. Dust and cobwebs carpeted every surface. It hung like filmy curtains from the ceiling and swayed back and forth as if it were alive. Something about them made his heart race and his mouth go dry. God, he thought as he rubbed his tired eyes with the hand not holding the paper. What kind of webs are those? I don't know how I know, but just the smallest touch on your skin would be enough to kill you. Movement behind the counter caught his attention, and he turned. A woman stood near an old-fashioned cash register. She was young and pretty, in a shy sort of way. She was dressed in a pink waitress uniform and white apron. Her red hair pulled up in a severe bun like one you might see an old schoolmarm wear. The name tag on her chest said her name was Alice. She must have felt his gaze on her because she looked up to meet his eyes. David took a step back, suddenly terrified by the look of horror on her face. "You have to run!" she shouted. "He's coming! Run while you still can!" He was coming. David had little doubt who he was. Oh no, he thought. I must have fallen asleep. A buzz sprang to life above him, and he looked up to see the Crave Inn sign burst into bright red neon life, the letters like electric blood. The buzz grew to a fever pitch, and then the R exploded in a flash of light. Shards of glass rained down, cutting David's hands and arms as he held them in front of his face. "Fuck this," he said as he began to run. The slap of his feet on the pavement sounded weird to his ears, as if he were underwater. He glanced over his shoulder and saw the diner disappear into a thick fog that had sprung up out of nowhere. He turned back around and saw the Crave Inn come into view ahead of him. He skidded to a halt on the sidewalk and looked inside. Alice was gone. In her place stood a huge spider the size of a grown man, its body covered in green and red stripes. Surely this was the creature that had spun the ghastly living webs that covered the diner. It saw him watching and winked with 4 of its 8 black eyes. David backed away, started to run, and froze when a new sound filled the air. "1, 2, Freddy's coming for you." Soft, sweet voices singing. He looked down at the newspaper still clutched in his hands and saw the photograph was now in motion. The 3 girls were jumping rope in time to the slow, lilting melody. 3, 4, better lock your door. David balled the paper up, tore it to shreds, and yet the singing continued. 5, 6, grab your crucifix. 7, 8, better stay up late. David looked up and felt his bowels turn to water. The street had changed again. The Crave Inn had vanished into the mist, to be replaced by a terribly familiar house. Its roof was covered in green shingles, its walls chipped white paint, its door bright red. The numerals 1428 were nailed to the door frame. The 3 little girls jump roped in the yard, their voices echoing as if they were standing in a dark tunnel. 9, 10, never sleep again. It was the house, his house. David was back on Elm Street, and the nightmare was just starting. The red door swung open, inviting him into its shadowed depths. David shook his head. "Screw you, you old burned-up bastard," he said. "I'm not playing your game, and I'm not going in that house." A screeching sound behind him, like metal on metal or fingernails on a chalkboard.
"Oh, Davy boy, you don't have to go inside. We can play right here."
David turned and stared at the monster of the dreamland, the murderer of innocence. He was horribly scarred and burned, and he wore a tattered fedora hat, brown slacks, and a dirty red and green sweater. "Freddy," David said, his voice trembling.
"In the flesh,"
Freddy replied. He took a bow, flourishing the bladed glove on his right hand. "I'm not afraid of you," David said. He tried to believe it himself, tried not to give ground before the killer, and took a step back anyway. Freddy saw and smiled.
"Tisk tisk,"
he said, shaking his razor-tipped index finger back and forth.
"Someone is telling lies now. You know what they say. Tell the truth and shame the devil."
Freddy burst into raucous laughter as he began to advance on the teenager. David was a liar. He didn't feel brave. He was scared shitless. He turned and ran down the sidewalk, not caring where he was going, only caring that it was away from the thing behind him. He heard a squelch, and then his feet caught fast in something, and he was falling. He hit the concrete hard, breaking his nose, and then looked back over his shoulder to see that his feet and ankles were hopelessly mired in thick, sticky mud. Freddy walked up, his arms crossed over his chest, and grinned.
"Remind me," he said. "What was it you called me? A burned-up old bastard?"
Freddy snapped his fingers, and the mud ignited into bright orange flames. Pain like David had never felt seared his nerve endings. He tried to crawl, tried to yank his feet free from the inferno, but they would not come loose. David screamed, and Freddy howled with laughter. Finally, the mud seemed to burn away, leaving David's charred, smoking feet exposed to the misty air. "Oh Christ, this isn't happening, it isn't real, it's just a dream." How many others had shrieked those very same words while the dream demon cackled? Two truths came to David through his agony. The first was that it did not matter if it was a dream or not. The second was that he had to move or he was going to die. There was no way he could walk, not after what Freddy had done to him. So he would crawl. He would not give up. He reached out and pulled himself forward, inch by grueling inch.
"How you doing, sport?"
Freddy asked. David turned his head and found himself nose to nose with the killer, who had dropped down on his hands and knees and was crawling beside him.
"Fuck you!"
David cried as tears of rage and pain burst from his eyes. Freddy laughed all the harder, and then opened his mouth far wider than he should have been able to, extending a slimy, sore-covered tongue that stretched out a foot. He ran it over David's cheeks and drank his tears.
"So good! Your fear tastes so good!"
Something finally snapped inside David, and he quit crawling. What was the point? He couldn't get away, not now. He would only go as far as Freddy allowed him to go, until the demon tired of mocking him. Why give him any more satisfaction? David met Freddy's eyes and spit in his face. "Enough already! Do your worst!" Freddy studied him for a frozen second and then stood. He bent, taking David by the throat and lifting him into the air.
"It's been a fun ride, kid," Freddy said, "but all good things must come to an end. See you in hell!"
He lifted the glove and drove the blades into the soft tissue below David's belly button. David grunted and then began to scream afresh as Freddy dragged the razors up, slicing open the teenager's abdomen and spilling his intestines. He reached his ribs and pushed further until the knives shredded David's lungs and heart. David stopped screaming, and Freddy stared into his eyes until the light went out of them. Light enveloped the boy's body, swallowed it, and then the light flowed into the dream demon's chest.
"Ah,"
He sighed.
"Souls taste so sweet. Another one down, and one last one to go."
He closed his eyes, reaching out until he found what he was looking for, the last Springwood child.
"Ready or not, here I come."
Chapter 1. Flying the Freddy Skies. His name was Ed, and he was having a bad dream. You could say it was just a normal dream because all his dreams were nightmares now. The scenery might be different, but the main cast was always the same. That's why he was on the plane, even though the thought of flying terrified him. That's why he was leaving everything he'd ever known, because he was the last. The 727 bucked violently on the unsteady air currents 20,000 feet above the Ohio countryside, and he came awake with a start. "Do you mind?" asked the sweaty, obese woman in the seat beside him. She weighed 350 if she was a pound, and she was taking up her seat and half his, forcing him to scrunch himself in the small space left to him. "Do you know what antiperspirant is?" Ed retorted, grimacing at the armpit near his face. The woman sniffed haughtily and turned her attention back to the magazine in her hands. Ed glanced at the cover and grunted in surprise. "Mass suicides and death in Springwood," screamed the headline over a map of Ohio that had been slashed by 4 knives or razors. The caption at the bottom of the cover read, "You're fucked, kid." Ed turned away and stared out the rain-streaked window at the plane's wing and the black clouds beyond. Lightning cracked the sky like a clawed hand, sending shivers down Ed's spine. He did not like this, not one bit. He closed his eyes, tried to take a deep, calming breath, and hissed when the plane took another stomach-churning leap. There was a crackle of static, and then a manly baritone voice was speaking to the passengers through speakers hidden in the roof. "I apologize about the bumpy ride, folks, but the storm is just too large. We can't go around it. We can't go above it or below it. We just have to grin and bear it." Grin and bear it, Ed thought. He turned and examined his faint reflection in the window glass. His eyes were sunken in his pale face beneath lank, greasy hair that hadn't seen a brush for some time. "I've been bearing it for about as long as I can. I don't think I can take any more of this." Another bolt lit the sky, and Ed imagined he saw a small shape floating in the air above the plane's engine. He blinked and it was gone. "That reminds me of that old Richard Matheson story, Nightmare at 20,000 Feet, he thought. The one about the paranoid man who sees a gremlin destroying the plane's engine? Good story. I hope it doesn't turn out to be a true one. Wouldn't it be ironic if I ran away from one monster only to die by the hands of another? A loud, bubbly, zipping sound came from his right, swiftly followed by a terrible, rotten smell akin to stagnant mud. He shifted in his seat and came eye to eye with his seatmate, who raised one eyebrow and smirked before going back to her magazine. "You dirty mother." A flight attendant walked up the aisle towards him, and Ed waved to get her attention. She paused and looked down her thin, severe nose at him with no kindness in her face. "Yes," she said, tapping long, blood-red fingernails on the back of the seat in front of him. "Can I help you?" Ed cleared his dry throat and tried to find his voice. I was wondering if I could, change seats." The stewardess frowned before walking away. "I'm afraid we are full tonight, sir. You'll have to stay put." "Thank you anyway," he called to her, receding back. She did not look back. The fat woman reached up to turn on her reading light, and it lanced out, not illuminating her reading material, but spiking directly into Ed's face. He winced and turned back to the window. A single bead of water ran down the inside of the window. He reached out with a shaking finger and plucked it from the pane. More turbulence jarred the plane, and he heard the distinct sound of bending metal. "Screw this," he muttered, looking back at the woman. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" she asked, not looking away from her magazine. Nothing," he muttered. "I hate heights." "Don't be a pussy," she scoffed, before returning to her reading. The sound of shearing metal came from the ceiling above Ed, and his simmering fear grew towards panic. He reached up to hit the call button, and a little light came on over his head. The flight attendant saw and started towards him with an aggressive expression on her tired face. Suddenly, a little girl's face popped up over the seat in front of him. She had brown hair tied up with red ribbons and sad hazel eyes. She stared without speaking for a moment, and Ed smiled uncomfortably up at her. She didn't smile back. "He's gonna make you help him," she said, "because you're the last." Ed opened his mouth to reply, but she disappeared from view before he could. A second later, the harried stewardess leaned on the seat and began scratching the fabric with her talons. Is it just me, or did her fingernails grow? "Listen," he said, "I really need to change this seat." The stew rolled her eyes. "Well, I guess you're shit out of—" The ceiling of the cabin ripped open above the fat woman, turning the interior of the plane into a maelstrom. She gave a comical whoop as the bolts gave way beneath her seat and she was sucked through the hole out into the sky. A panel opened in the roof and a tangled web of tubes attached to an oxygen mask fell out. He started to grab it and recoiled when he saw that the mask and tubes were full of writhing worms. "It's not fair! I was almost out!" Another metallic rip and the floor fell way beneath him. He fell down through thick clouds, the moisture inside them not cold, but steaming hot against his skin. "It's not water," he thought. "It's blood! A cloud full of blood!" Falling faster and faster, he burst from the bottom of the clouds and plummeted through empty space down towards the glowing lights of Springwood far below. A huge crash of thunder shook him, and bloody rain began to drench the town, turning the streets to macabre rivers. "I'm dead," he thought. "I'm dead, and this is hell." Rooftops grew larger as he neared the ground, their gutters spouting arterial sprays. He recognized the yard as his own just before he crashed into the roof and woke with a start on his bed. Ed sat up, glancing around at the familiar posters of rock bands and bikini-clad models, and then looked down at his shaking hands, sure that he would see them clotted with blood. His hands were clean. He stood up and nearly fell over as the house seemed to shift under his feet. The wind began to blow, howling around the eaves like a forlorn woman who'd lost her child. He made his way across the room with a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. He came to the window, reached through the curtains and flung it open. And he brushed them aside and stuck his head outside. The lights of Springwood were bright below him as the whole house spun thousands of feet above the ground in the grip of a vast tornado. "Shit!" he said. A wicked cackle rang out, and he tore his eyes from the spectacle below and looked up to see the most surreal sight he'd ever seen. A man was flying on a broomstick, parallel to his window. The witch's hat and black cape were new, but the dirty red and green sweater were not. Freddy turned his burned face to stare at Ed and pointed with his finger blades.
"I'll get you, my pretty," Freddy said. "And your little soul, too," he shouted with deadly mirth as he pulled the broom up just in time to avoid crashing into the ground. Ed and his house were not so lucky. The house landed with a resounding crash, flinging Ed from the window out onto the hard pavement. He rolled, scraping his hands and knees, and got slowly to his feet. The full moon smiled down on him with its skeletal face, lighting the quiet neighborhood around him with an ethereal light. Two-story houses marched away along the street into the misty darkness beyond a green street sign that jutted up from the cracked curb. The words spelled out in white lettering sent fresh spikes of fear through him. Elm Street. "I don't think so." He turned and ran from the sign and the street. The sound of pursuing footsteps seemed to follow him. It shifted, and suddenly the sound seemed to be in front of him. Ed turned right and sprinted along the side of a house into the backyard, where a clapboard fence ran the length of the yard. He grabbed the top, flung himself over, and found himself plummeting down a steep grassy hill that seemed to go on forever. Small rocks scraped skin, bruised flesh, as he tumbled head over heels. How long did he fall? 30 seconds? A minute? He wasn't sure. Finally, he struck the bottom and came to rest in a heap beside a narrow 2-lane road. Everything hurt. He got slowly to his feet and glanced around at the dark hills and was surprised to see a faint glow in the air over the rise to his left. He shuffled in that direction, passed around a curve in the road, and paused when a large sign and small ticket booth came into view. "Now leaving Springwood, Ohio," read the sign. Below this was a population total that had been crossed out and rewritten many times with garish red paint. Ed reached out and ran a finger over the newest number, and his fingertip came away wet. Not paint, he thought, as he wiped the warm, sticky mess on his pants leg. Oh shit, that isn't paint. Ed moved past the sign and stopped in front of the booth, eyeing its occupant. The man was middle-aged and spectacled, dressed in the garb of a Wild West train conductor. The man gave Ed a fiendish grin as he produced a ticket with a flourish. "One ticket," said the strange man. "Round trip." Ed backed away, shaking his head. The conductor's smile grew wider, becoming a toothy shark's grin full of needle-like fangs instead of teeth. "Hurry up! You don't want to miss the bus!" Bright lights splashed across Ed, and he looked around, realizing much too late that he had retreated into the middle of the road, and a red and green bus was bearing down on him. He barely had time to lift his hands. The bus hit him head-on, sending shockwaves of pain through his already sore body. He managed to grab the windshield wipers and lift himself up before the wheels rode over him and put an end to the miserable night. He looked up and screamed when he locked eyes with the howling maniac behind the wheel. "No screaming while the bus is in motion, bitch!" Freddy yelled, laughing. The nightmare bus rounded a bend in the road, bringing a strange new sight into view. A strange glow was spread across the road in front of them, bifurcating the land from horizon to horizon. "This is where you get off!" Freddy said as he slammed on the brakes. Ed screamed as he flew through the air towards the glowing barrier. It shattered like a huge pane of glass when he hit it. Night became bright morning on the other side. He landed hard, his head smacking on a large rock embedded in the shoulder of the road. Ed blinked once and then went limp. Freddy pulled the nightmare bus to a stop on the other side and stepped out. He approached the portal tentatively, reached out with his gloved hand to touch. The hole in the barrier snapped closed, leaving the killer trapped on his side. But he wouldn't be trapped much longer. "Now be a good doggy," he said, sliding his blades over each other in anticipation. "Go! Fetch!" The first thing he was aware of was the sun shining down on him. The next was pain, a dull ache over most of his body and biting agony in his head. He opened his eyes and saw a swatch of blood drying on a rock near his face. Where am I? He wondered. He stood slowly, grunting with each movement, and took in his surroundings. He was standing on the side of a narrow, tree-lined road. There was a plain sign to his right that said, "Welcome to Springwood." He looked down a gentle slope to his left and saw a small city in the distance, and a second sign that read, "Entering Central City." He frowned, studying each sign in turn. He had no memory of either place. In fact, he gasped as realization hit him like a ton of bricks. It wasn't just the towns he didn't remember. He glanced at the bloody rock and then touched the side of his head, where more blood had dampened his hair. "I can't remember my name. I don't know who I am." He lowered his shaking hand to his jeans pockets and emptied them. There wasn't much to go on. No revelatory visions were going to come from the 2 wadded-up $20 bills or the bottle of stay-awake caffeine pills. But wait. He reached into his pocket again and drew out one more curious item. It was an old yellow newspaper clipping that had a black and white picture of a meekly pretty woman. Her hair was dark, her smile hesitant. The article's headline read, "Kruger Woman Still Missing." He studied her face, hoping for a glimmer of memory, but nothing came. As far as he knew, she meant nothing to him. Still, it was something to go on. He carefully folded the clipping and put it back in his pocket. He glanced first one way and then the other. Which way should he go? Not Springwood, a voice seemed to whisper in his mind. He read the sign one more time and felt his heartbeat quicken as a strange sense of foreboding ran through him. He nodded to himself. "Not Springwood," he said to the empty road. He turned his back on the sign and set off towards the glimmering buildings of Central City.
Chapter 3. The Kids Aren't All Right. The teenage boy was a mess. Dirt clung to his disheveled clothing, and the dried flakes of the old blood still clung to his hair. He was starving, frightened, and exhausted. How long had it been since he last slept? He couldn't remember because it had been since before his accident, before the amnesia. 3 days had passed since he'd awakened on the side of the road. 3 days spent wandering the alleyways of Central City. 3 cold nights shivering beneath cardboard boxes and whatever else he could find to make a bed for himself. He'd spent the last of his 2 $20 bills the day before on fast food, and he was quickly becoming desperate. He crawled out of the space between the 2 dumpsters and began to rummage through them, looking for anything that he could eat, unaware that he was being watched. Central City Police Officer Browning sat behind the wheel of the cruiser parked on the curb at the entrance to the alley. His rotund partner, Officer Jack Brunson, sat in the passenger seat beside him, idly picking at a pimple on his chin. Both men watched the teenager digging through the trash behind the run-down Chinese restaurant with a jaundiced eye. "You ever seen this junkie before?" Officer Brunson asked. Browning shook his head. "He's a new one." The pimple popped and Brunson wiped the pus on a napkin. "Well, that's just beautiful. Another morning shot doing juvie paperwork." "Screw that shit," Browning said, opening his door and getting out of the cruiser. "Let's stoop him up and drop him at the shelter. Let the bleeding hearts do the typing." Brunson smiled broadly as he joined his partner by the car's hood. "Smart man. I knew there was something I liked about you." The Central City Juvenile Diversion Center was a grand name for a much less grand establishment. The building began its sordid life almost 100 years before as a high school before being shut down in the late 70s, when a new school building was built in a more upscale part of town. The building sat vacant for almost a decade until one altruistic doctor took a leap of faith and set the old facade on its new path. That being said, altruism and affluence didn't always keep each other company. Still, an effort was being made to bring the old school back to life. Scaffolding lined the outer walls and stood along inner corridors, each laden with buckets of paint and pails of spackle. Graffiti was being covered, though not quite as fast as it was being put up, and broken windows replaced. All in an effort to provide its wayward residents with a decent place to call home while they were away from their actual homes. Such as they were. 16-year-old Spencer had his doubts he could call the place he came from a home. Sure, it was big enough and had everything a kid could possibly want, save for warmth and affection. How many times had his hand been slapped when he tried to touch a painting or a vase? How many times had his father told him that a good kid was supposed to be seen and not heard while in the company of adults? He didn't know, but he was sure that the number was far greater than the amount of times his father had tucked him in or given him a hug and kiss goodnight. And what about his mother? What mother? Spencer thought, as he eyed the man in the three-piece suit across the room from him. She was an unknown concept, a faceless stranger seen only in his dreams. He didn't even know her name. All he knew was that she'd worked for his father's company, and that his father and she had a romantic fling over Christmas one year. Father couldn't have any scandals, of course, so she was packed off to a villa he owned overseas when she found out she was pregnant. A deal was struck. She would give up her rights to Spencer and not contact his father after the birth. In return, she was given enough money to live quite comfortably for the rest of her adult life. He even had her sign a non-disclosure agreement. No loose ends. All squared away just like Father liked. That was the way of life in Spencer's house. You did everything just the way Father liked, and if you didn't, well, you might find yourself locked in your room for a few days until you came to see things Father's way. He was 14 when he ran away from home for the first time. Looking back on that now, Spencer had to laugh at himself. He'd been a stupid, naive kid, too scared to venture into the unknown. The police found him at a playground less than a mile from his house a couple hours later. He'd done much better the second, third, and fourth times. The other kids in the shelter looked down their noses at him when they learned his story. All they saw was a spoiled rich kid who didn't know what living a hard life truly was. They didn't understand that he wasn't rich, that everything belonged to his father, even him. They didn't understand that sometimes the scars were on the inside. "Spencer," said his dad, hands clenching and unclenching at his sides, "I want to make sure you understand our situation. In 1 week, you walk out of here and I expect to see some changes in your behavior when you get home." He'd heard it all before. Shape up. Don't slouch. Comb your hair. It always came down to one thing. The most important thing in his father's world. Don't embarrass him. Spencer reached into his pocket and pulled out a handheld video game and began to play it. He saw his father's face go red from the corner of his eyes. "That's right, Dad," he thought. "Now you get to feel what it's like to not matter to someone." "I know you're hearing me," his father said. "I put you in here because you left me no choice. Next time I'll leave you here and walk away." Big deal, Spencer thought. "You're already just a ghost. The only difference would be that I wouldn't have to see you." "Spencer, look at me when I'm speaking to you." Spencer killed a digital alien. "Thanks for the visit, Dad. Come back when you can stay longer." His father stared at him for a moment, weighing whether the joy smashing the video game would give him would be worth the drama it might cause, and decided against it. He turned and started from the room, nearly running into Maggie as she stepped in to see how the visit was going. "Nice job on my kid," he said with a sneer. "I expected to see some improvement." Maggie glanced from Spencer to the man, bristling. He took a step back in the face of her anger, not used to another person being defiant towards him, especially not a woman. "Your son isn't a Toyota," she said, moving past him, "and this isn't a body shop." The man opened his mouth to reply and then closed it. He walked away, shaking his head. Spencer put the game away as soon as he was gone and looked up. "You okay?" she asked. He ran a hand through his blonde hair and shrugged. "Oh yeah, Dad just came by to lay out some ground rules for when I go home. No more running away. No more setting his cars on fire." "There are other ways to get his attention." Spencer lowered his head. "He barely blinked when I blew up the garage. All he wants is for me to grow up like him and be a good little clone. And frankly, I don't feel like playing football and raping co-eds." Maggie put a comfortable hand on his shoulder. He might hide it well, but she saw his pain in spite of his best efforts. "You'll have to face your father someday." Spencer started to say something and froze when an orderly named Kelly walked in with a pipe bomb clutched in his hands. He held it out so teenager and counselor could get a good look. "Look what I found in Spencer's room." Spencer stood up, grinning sheepishly. "Oh, that. I was teaching some of the kids survival techniques." "Survival techniques?" Kelly asked. Spencer shrugged and then ran from the room. Kelly watched him go and then his head. "I've been confiscating stuff like this all week. Where do they get it?" "They buy it or they make it," Maggie replied. "Spencer is a do-it-yourself kind of guy. I think he wants to get caught and kept here." Kelly grimaced. "That's sad. To think that a kid's home life is so bad that they'd rather live in a place like this. Too bad we're overcrowded and the city is cutting our budget again." "It is sad," she said. Kelly moved towards the door. I'll put this downstairs with the rest of the arsenal. Arsenal? I thought the police were supposed to dispose of this stuff. The cops are supposed to do a lot of things, Kelly said as he walked out the door. Maggie followed him into the hall and turned right, walking in the direction of raised voices. A few residents nodded to her as she passed. The girl's name was Stephanie. She was 12 years old and a guest of the shelter because she stabbed 3 of her classmates after they cornered her in a room and tried to take her skirt off. The boy with her was named Oliver. He was 2 years younger than her and barely spoke a word to anyone. He was there because he was a thief. He'd been in trouble repeatedly for stealing food from his school to take home to his siblings because his parents spent all their money on drugs. All good kids, Maggie thought as she rounded a corner. Broken, sure, but still good. Take your hands off me! Maggie sighed and picked up her pace as 3 struggling people came into view. 2 were security guards. The third, 17-year-old Tracy Sanders. She was tall, in excellent shape, a fighter and survivor. All you had to do was ask the bleeding guard trying to corral her into a corner. What's going on? Maggie asked. The guard with the bloody nose turned to look at the newcomer. She was beating on one of the other kids. He was trying to hit on me, Tracy shouted, her fist raised to continue the fight. Maggie put herself between the girl and the burly men, nodding. She could see the whole scene play out in her head as if she'd been there. Tracy minding her own business when a teenage boy walks up and touches her head or puts his arm around her shoulder. Maggie looked to the one with the bloody nose. She doesn't like to be touched. The man pointed to his nose. Neither do I. I'm sorry about that. I'll take things from here. Thanks for your help. The guards glanced at each other and then turned away. What else could they do? Maggie and Doc Cotto were the bosses at the shelter. The guards didn't get paid enough to argue with them. Maggie watched them go and then turned back to Tracy, who appeared only slightly more relaxed. We have a session today, yes? I have Doc today, Tracy said, pushing past Maggie and walking down the hall. Work around him. Maggie watched her go, wishing she had half the rapport with the kids as Doc Cotto did. What progress she could make. Oh well. It didn't do any good brooding on what she wished for instead of what was. She had things to do and kids to see, and she had better get started. She turned and walked up the hall towards her next appointment. Chapter 4. Dream Therapy. Dr. Cotto's office in the basement of the shelter was an explosion of eclectic artifacts and paraphernalia. Shelves laden with books on topics ranging from the purely scientific to the outright metaphysical and occult lined the walls. Pictures and paintings hung over the shelves, their subjects hinting at no common theme. Maggie took all of this in as she walked in and then turned to the office's owner. Dr. Cotto was a big man with a friendly face and expressive eyes. He was 48 years old and one of the most brilliant people she'd ever met. He should be working at a university somewhere, conducting research and publishing best-selling books about the results. Instead, he was cloistered in the basement and relatively unknown to his peers. All because of his extreme theories, she thought, as she crossed to the desk and plopped down in the seat beside him. "What's up, Doc?" she asked. Doc flipped another page in the file he was reading. "Like I haven't heard that one a million times before." Maggie crossed her legs demurely and smiled at him. "It's still fun to say. So I thought you should know that they caught your star pupil beating up one of the other kids again. I thought you were making some progress with Tracy." Doc closed the file and moved to sit behind his desk. "I get 23 minutes a week with these kids. With that kind of attention, be grateful she didn't kill him." "Nice attitude for a therapist," she said, trying to get a rise out of him. Doc just held his hands out in a what-can-I-say gesture. You know the truth. Tracy's buried some deep trauma inside her head. Something to do with her father. Conventional therapy isn't going to help her. Maggie sat forward in her seat, eager to take up an old argument again. But your dream therapy will? I can reach these kids through their dreams, he answered. It's where they hide all their bad shit, including their worst fears. You give me half a chance and I might even help you with your little problem. Maggie frowned, unhappy with this sudden change in the conversation. I don't have a problem. I have a recurring dream, and I'm handling it, thank you very much. Besides, we don't get paid to be dream doctors. Doc Cotto grinned. We barely get paid at all, so I might as well do what I think is right. Don't we all try to do that? Maggie asked. She sat forward and picked up a pair of red and blue 3D glasses from the corner of his desk, twisting them between her fingers. What are these for? Double bill at the drive-in? They are just a different way to look at things, he said. The kids have to see their problem before they can face them. The glasses are a way to help them focus on that. Ah, the good old power of suggestion, she said as she donned the glasses and looked around. Mind over matter, belief makes it real, all that jazz? Something like that. Her eyes locked on a particular painting on the wall, and she wrinkled her nose in disgust. The picture was of a large stone gate in front of a pitch-black background. 3 worm-like creatures were wrapped around the gate pillars. Each one had a demonic face and coal-black pupilless eyes. Maggie pointed to it. That one looks worse in 3D. What is it? Doc stood up and walked over to examine the hideous painting. Like it? It's new. These ugly bastards are ancient dream demons. They're out to shatter the line between dreams and reality, turning the real world into one big nightmare. Maggie pulled the glasses off and set them back on the desk. They seem to be doing a pretty good job so far. Doc ran a finger over the painting's surface and then brushed the digit on his pant leg as if he were wiping something nasty off. They have some help. Supposedly, they roam the dreams of the living until they find the most twisted, evil human imaginable. Then they give him the power to cross the line, to turn our nightmares into reality. Think they found anybody yet? Doc turned back to her, his usually cheerful face grim. Maybe they have. God knows there are enough candidates. A noise at the door, and both looked to see Kelly striding in. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need Maggie upstairs right now. The cops dropped off a John Doe this morning, and he's just finished orientation. They need your report ASAP. Duty calls, Doc said. Maggie stood and joined the security guard at the office door. It never ends. I'll see you later. Heavy metal music pounded from the fitness center's speakers as Tracy punched a heavy punching bag over and over again. Sweat dripped from her hair, the tip of her nose. The 16-year-old boy holding the bag watched her with something close to awe. His name was Carlos, and he was dark-haired, thin, and deaf in his left ear. He wore a hearing aid in the right, which allowed him to hear fairly well, though he was nearly completely deaf without it. This girl is bad, but the fans love her. But the fans love her, he said in his best sports commentator voice. This underdog from the streets is preparing to duke it out with the heavyweight champion of the world. Tracy changed her aim and threw a quick jab towards his face, which he dodged easily. He laughed, pointing to his hearing aid. You wouldn't hit a guy with a handicap, would you? You call that a handicap? Tracy asked as she maneuvered around the bag and closed the distance between them. I call it a cowardly way out.
Come on, chicken, spar with me.
No thank you, ma'am, Carlos said, dancing away.
Come on, wuss, let's see what you got.
Fat chance, he thought, as he reached up and pulled the hearing aid from his ear. Instantly, the noise around him faded away to nothing, until all that remained was the sound of his own beating heart throbbing in his head. Tracy continued to shout and gesture with her gloved hands. Carlos thought she looked pretty silly. Someone snatched the hearing aid from his hand and stuffed it back into his ear. He and Tracy turned to see Spencer standing behind him. "Don't tune her out," he said. "Talk back to her." "Yeah?" Carlos said with a shrug. "Like you talk back to your dad?" He pointed to his ears. "I stopped talking back when it became hazardous to my health." Tracy took her boxing gloves off and tossed them aside before turning back to the two boys. "So, are we set?" Spencer nodded. "No problem. I gave the guy our cash. As long as we do it before dawn, we're good as gold." Carlos gave Spencer a high five. "Hell yeah, man. We'll be living large in Cali by next week." Tracy turned stilly eyes on the blonde boy and raised her fist. "You better be sure." Spencer glanced down at her balled-up hand. "Trust me, I've got all the bases covered. I need to get out of here even more than you do." Anger flashed across her face, and she took his shirt collar in hand. "You don't know shit about needing to get out. Your family's a picnic, rich boy." "Yeah? Well, that shows what you know. Do you think I'd choose to be here with you morons? My dad's a one-man stud show." Tracy released his shirt, seeming to shrink into herself. "Don't talk to me about fathers." Spencer straightened his collar, brushing imaginary dust from his shoulders. "Oh, yeah. Did yours come to visit you, too?" "Yeah," she replied, her eyes haunted. "Every time I close my eyes." The door to the hallway opened, and Doc Cotto walked in with his usual smile plastered across his handsome face. He motioned with his thumb towards the door. "Get lost. Tracy and I have work to do." Carlos and Spencer exchanged quick glances with her and then waved. "Sure, Doc. See you around." Doc nodded to them. "Keep your noses clean. Maggie has had a busy enough day already." "Roger that," Spencer said with a crisp salute. He and Carlos turned on their heels and walked out of the room. Just a few more hours and they would be free from the shelter and free from their pasts. At least, they hoped they would. Chapter 5. The New Kid. The kid looked to be about 16 or 17 years old and strung out worse than Maggie had seen in a long time. There were deep purple bags beneath bloodshot eyes that were constantly shifting about the room as if the boy was unable to focus on any one thing for very long. Maggie took in his dirty clothes and the fresh bandages on his head and hands and then pulled out a small penlight. She clicked it on and tried to shine it into his eyes, but his fidgeting made it impossible. Finally, she put a hand on top of his head to hold him still. "Sorry," he said sheepishly. "You're jumping around like a live wire, John," she said as she finished her examination and put her light away. He looked up quizzically. "Who's John? Is that my name?" "John Doe," Maggie replied. "As in, we don't know your name, but need to call you something. Is there anything you can remember? How long have you been awake?" 3 days, he replied. He jumped to his feet, startling her, and began pacing back and forth, chewing his ragged fingernails. That's as far back as I can remember." "Well," Maggie said, "it looks more like 3 weeks to me." John laughed without humor. "That's the wonder of amnesia. It always keeps you guessing." "How about where you came from?" He looked away from her to one graffiti-covered wall as if the answer she wanted might be written amongst the jagged lines. I don't know. My head's a mess. All I know is that wherever I'm from, I'm the last. The last what? Maggie asked. Another turn. The last survivor. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have some caffeine pills or maybe some coffee or Coke? Maggie raised one eyebrow. I meant the soda, he clarified. I don't think that's a good idea. You are already in an agitated state, and I'm frankly concerned about your heart. Why do you want to stay awake so badly? He stopped pacing and faced her, his haggard face sincere in its obvious fear. Because if I sleep, I'm not waking up. What makes you think that? She asked. I don't think it, he said. I feel it. I'm telling you, if I fall asleep, there is going to be trouble. Maggie stood and walked around the table to where he was and put a hand on his shoulder. There won't be any trouble. You are perfectly safe here, I promise. He gave her a wan smile and resumed his pacing. You can't protect me in my dreams. You can't save me from him. Him? Who is he? Who are you talking about? John's brow furrowed in concentration. I can't remember. It's on the tip of my tongue. He spun and punched the wall in frustration. She grabbed him and forced him down into the chair, holding him with firm gentleness. Calm down. Everything is going to be all right. Just rest here for a few more minutes until we get a space set up for you. All the fight seemed to go out of him, and he went limp beneath her hands. That's it, she said. Just take it easy. I'll be back in a few minutes. She turned and walked out into the hallway where Kelly was waiting. She glanced through the little window in the door and saw John laying his head down on the scuffed table in front of him. What do you think, Mags? Kelly asked. She looked back to him. He is a very troubled kid, paranoid, suffering from severe sleep deprivation. He seems to think some man is after him. I'm afraid he needs more help than we can give him. I want him transferred to Mercy Hospital first thing tomorrow morning. Roger that, Kelly said, jotting down some notes on a clipboard. Tracy and Doc Cotto circled each other around the mat. Tracy's face set with determination, Doc's with perpetual amusement. She lunged forward, aiming a swift crescent kick at the older man's jaw. Doc dodged easily. What's this stuff got to do with my dreams anyway? She asked as she threw a jab. Doc blocked the punch, sidestepped away to widen the gap between them. I told you. It helps with concentration, and concentration helps with meditation. Meditation helps me get in and out of my dreams, she finished. Not just your dreams, Doc said. I told you that with the right amount of discipline, you could move in and out of anyone's dream. But that's a little too advanced for your ass right now. Oh, yeah? He blocked another strike with ease. You're not going to hit me until you learn to see beyond the obvious. Watch me, Tracy said, redoubling her efforts. John jerked awake and looked around in a panic. He'd only laid his head down for a second. He hadn't meant to drift off. He looked around frantically, seeking any sign that the room was changed, looking for any danger. His gaze was drawn to the graffiti on the wall behind him. Where there was once a gang tag, there was now a detailed painting of a screaming blonde girl being lifted off the ground by a television with arms and a hideously burnt human head erupting from it. There was something terribly familiar about the burnt head's hooked nose and malicious glare. Words were scrawled over the picture in bright red paint. Welcome to prime time, bitch! A creak of rusted hinges behind him. John turned in his seat to see that the door of the interview room had opened on its own. A thin, greenish mist floated over the floor, reached into the room with ethereal fingers. He stood and walked into the hallway. "Hello? Is someone there?"
"I'm here," said a breathy female voice. John turned and stared down the hall and saw a little girl in a dress standing 20 feet away. Her hair was brown and tied up with red ribbons. "Little girl, where are we?" She smiled, her grin growing wider and wider, and he saw that her teeth were crooked and dirty like a witch's in a fairy tale. He heard a meaty ripping sound and saw blood fly as her cheeks tore open from the corners of her mouth to her ears. "Oh shit!" he screamed, retreating a step. Writhing eels and snakes oozed from under her skirt over the misty floor and began to squirm towards him. John had seen enough. He spun on his heels and sprinted away down the hall. He rounded a corner, took another step, and his foot touched open air. He pinwheeled his arms, but gravity had already claimed him. He fell through the mist into a cloud of hot steam and came down hard on a metal catwalk. "Fuck!" he moaned as he rolled over and sat up, wincing at fresh bruises that covered his body. Steam hissed from hot pipes and boilers. Filthy water dripped from rusted pipes to pool on the concrete floor 10 feet below. "I'm in a boiler room," he thought as he got to his feet. The realization sent fresh spikes of fear coursing through him. Faint images of a shadowed figure wearing a red and green sweater flashed through his mind. Then it was gone before he could catch hold of the memory. Clacking footsteps behind him. What now? He turned to see a goat coming towards him out of the shadows. It tilted its head and he saw that something was wrong with the shape. It stepped closer, and he saw that it had the face of a man with black eyes. It opened its mouth to bleat, but what came out instead was the strident scream of a small child. John turned to run and found himself facing a solid brick wall. He turned back, saw a burned man wearing a dirty hat and sweater standing where the monster had been. He charged forward and struck John a backhand blow to the face that sent him falling over the catwalk railing to the concrete floor below. John landed hard, rolled over onto his back, and found himself laying on the floor of the interview room staring up at the single light bulb hanging from the ceiling. "Did you have a nice trip?" asked a deep, menacing voice from above him. The table creaked, and the burned man came into view. He was perched on the edge of the table like a gargoyle, his bladed gloves swinging back and forth between his knees. "Wakey, wakey," said the demon. "You've got work to do." He reached up and slashed the light bulb with the razor glove, shattering it. Glass rained down towards John's face. He lifted his hands to shield his face. John fell from his chair onto the floor as the light bulb exploded. He struck hard and groaned, wiping sleep from his eyes. He sat up, looked around. Everything seemed normal. Gone was the green mist and steam. Gone was the boiler room and its monstrous inhabitants. Orderlies walked back and forth outside the closed interview room door, each lost in their conversations, each unaware that a teenage boy's life had been hanging by a thread right by them. He picked up a shard of glass and carefully twisted it between his fingers. He began to laugh, and laughter turned to sobs as he dropped the broken light and buried his face in his hands. Something strange happened. Doc Cotto was sure of it, though he wasn't quite sure what that thing was. It was a feeling akin to a phantom itch that he couldn't quite scratch. He dropped his guard and Tracy was waiting. She swung her fist into his abdomen and landed a solid blow to his solar plexus, doubling him over and sending him falling to the floor. "Yes," Tracy beamed, jumping up and down with her fist over her head. "I did it! I got you!" Doc didn't reply. He was chasing the itch. He was getting closer. There was something about a boy and the painting in his office, the one of the dream demons. "Doc, are you okay? I didn't mean to ring your bell quite so hard." The feeling dissipated into smoke and vapor, gone out of reach. He looked up into her concerned face, and suddenly he felt bone-crushing weariness come over him. He tried to sit up and found the effort too much. Tracy offered her hand and helped him to his feet. I'm okay," he replied, shaking his head to clear the cobwebs. Let's pick this up later." "Sure, Doc," she said, her young face lined with worry. He wished he could say something to make her feel better, but the fact was that he was worried too. Something is coming, he thought, as he walked Tracy to the workout room's door. "I'm afraid we aren't ready for whatever it is." Chapter 6. Two Dreamers. John wasn't into poetry. At least he wasn't as far as he could remember. The fact that his memory spanned less than 4 days didn't give the opinion much credence, however. He could be a poet himself for all that he knew. Scraps of a poem by Robert Frost kept running through his mind, and the implication behind the words gave him pause. The darkest evening of the year. The darkest evening of the year. The woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. John glanced up at the old clock on the wall over the dormitory entrance and saw it was nearing midnight. He turned away in desperation, looking for anything to focus on that might help him stave off sleep. The darkest evening of the year. It certainly felt that way to him, and dawn was 1,000,000 miles away. Many miles, and God help me, he didn't want to sleep. Groggily, he took up the song he'd been singing before the poem filled his head. 4,567 bottles of beer on the wall, 4,567 bottles of beer. If one of those bottles should happen to fall... "Yo!" shouted one of the boys trying to sleep 2 rows away. "I'm gonna break one of those bottles over your head if you don't shut the fuck up." "I'll hold you down while he does it," shouted another. "You don't want to know where I'm gonna put the bottle," said a third. John considered going on, but decided he was not that far gone that he would commit suicide by a juvenile delinquent. At least he wasn't yet. He closed his mouth and stared up at the popcorn ceiling, trying to pick out shapes and patterns like a person cloud watching. His eyelids began to droop immediately. He wasn't going to make it. A tear spilled over his eyelid and ran down his cheek. "Oh, Jesus, I'm not going to make it." In another part of the shelter, Maggie sat brooding over her new case. She opened John Doe's file and flipped through the typed forms until she came to a photocopy of the newspaper article he'd had with him when the police dropped him off. She picked it up and studied it closely. "Springwood," she whispered. The headline read, "Kruger Woman Still Missing." Below this was a grainy black and white photo of a woman wearing a plain-looking sundress. In the photo's background, towering over her, was Maggie leaned forward in her seat, gasping as half-remembered images from her recurring dream flashed before her eyes. The little girl with the red ribbons playing tag in a fenced-in backyard, a man chasing her as she laughed, and a water tower looming over it all. She read the article once and then again, seeking any bit of information that might give her a piece of the puzzle that had cast a shadow over her teenage and adult life. Nothing jumped out at her. What was she missing? She stifled a yawn and kept reading. The water tower was so bright over the trees that it looked more like a lighthouse to little Maggie Burnham. The man chased her around the flower bed and towards the swing set, his fingers reaching to tickle and grasp. She giggled, moved out of his reach. She wasn't ready for the game to end yet. "I'm gonna get you," said the man. He ran around the swings, and Maggie realized she could see more of him than she had before. His wasn't what you'd call a handsome face, with its hooked nose and widow's peak. There was something in his eyes that spoke of a predatory nature barely concealed. His smile, normally false or mean-spirited, seemed genuine only when he looked at her. He'd once told her that she was the kindness in his world, and that he could watch everything burn and still be happy, as long as he had her. She'd believed him. At least she had. She'd believed everything he said until the screaming started. The woman was crying out in terror, her perpetual shriek, Maggie's nearly constant companion throughout her life. The man froze in place for an instant and then turned. Something different. The dream didn't end where it usually did, and Maggie looked towards the house to see the cellar doors flung open, and a woman in a plain sundress came stumbling out. She was pretty in a simple sort of way, but her beauty was marred by the sheer fright that distorted her fair features into a caricature of themselves. "I won't tell!" she shouted, going to her knees in front of the man. She clasped her hands as if in prayer. "I won't tell a soul, I promise!" The man studied her in silence for a moment, and then he reached for her. His hand changed. Where once there were tickling fingers, there were long, sharp razors that sought to tickle the skin right off of the woman. He slashed out. The newspaper clipping on the desk beside Maggie's limp hand was in frantic motion. The trees swayed as if whipped about in a high gale. The woman in the picture thrashed from side to side, her fingers clawing deep, bleeding furrows in her cheeks as she shouted over and over again, "I won't tell! I won't tell!" Maggie jerked away as if she'd been slapped and looked around. She rubbed sleep from her eyes and glanced down at the still newspaper clipping on the desk. There was something so familiar about the face, almost as if she and the woman in her dreams were one and the same. But how could that be? A thrill went through her as she stood. The dream had gone on longer than ever before. She'd seen the woman's face. Sure, it only raised more questions than she'd had before, but it was progress. Maybe there was a light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe she could find her way out into the day and find out what it was like to be free. She closed the file on her desk and began to gather her things. A drop of warm water fell onto John's nose, and he sat up in his bed, swiping it away. He looked at his hand and groaned when he saw that the palm was bloody. He glanced around to find that the boys' dormitory was gone, replaced by a dark bedroom in an advanced state of disrepair. He looked up to the ceiling and saw a wet patch of crimson spreading overhead. A fat drop formed, grew pregnant with foul moisture, and fell onto the bedspread. Somewhere close by, a family of rats squeaked. "I told you he'd make you help him." He looked to his right and saw the little girl from the plane standing beside his bed. She looked the same, her hair tied up with red ribbons, her skin porcelain, her eyes bright. "Help?" he asked, bewildered. "Help who? I don't understand. Tell me what you mean." "I'll never tell," said the girl, giggling as she turned on her heel and walked out of the filthy bedroom. John tossed the moth-eaten bedclothes off and followed her. He looked around the foyer and into an adjacent living room, where broken furniture and mold covered the floor. The place was so familiar, and yet that fact brought him no comfort. Instead, he felt as if he were missing something of vital importance, something that could spell the difference between life and death for him and others. He turned to his right and saw that the girl was already halfway up the staircase to the second-floor landing. "Hey, wait a minute!" he called after her, starting up the stairs. The shelter was quiet, and that fact bothered Casper very much. He'd been a night shift security orderly at the shelter for 6 months, and he'd never heard it so peaceful. The little shitters didn't know the meaning of the word quiet and would never know the value of a peaceful moment. They were too busy frying their brains with their video games, rock music, and drugs. He'd been a child in the 60s when the whole world seemed to be going crazy because of the shitters. One day his grandfather had taken him aside and had a serious talk with him, one that had left an indelible impression on his young mind that had lasted through his adolescence and into his adulthood. "There's one thing I gotta tell you, Chrissy," said his grandpa. "My name is Casper, Gramps. I don't know anyone named Chrissy." "What? Oh, it don't matter much," Grandpa had said as he absent-mindedly stuck his hand down the back of his pants and scratched his butt crack. He pulled the hand out, grabbed Casper's face with it, and said, "There's one thing I want you to remember, boy. If you don't remember nothing else I ever say to you, I want you to remember this. Drugs are bad, okay? So don't do drugs because they're bad." Simple words, but full of the God's honest truth. Just take a look at him. Sure, he wasn't a rich man, but he'd never been arrested, nor had he ever been forced to live in a hellhole like the shelter. He had a wife, 2 little kids who absolutely would not grow up to be shitters like the kids in his charge. It was a nice life, something to be proud of. He stood up from behind his desk, pulling his pants up over his bulging belly, and set out to walk the halls. He swung his key ring on the end of one finger as he went. Somewhere, someone was doing something they shouldn't be doing, and he was going to catch them at it. They would be very sorry when he did. You could bet your bottom dollar on that. John walked on the air rising from the shelter's dirty floor towards the ceiling. He reached it, passed through as if it were made of smoke, and walked on down the second-floor hallway like a ghost. The upstairs hallway was just as bad as the foyer below. Cockroaches crawled behind rotting wallpaper, eating the glue and whatever else they could find in the old house. John could hear them as they scurried over the wood. He saw an open door to his right, heard the rustle of the little girl's dress as she walked. He turned into the room, ready to demand an explanation. The words died on his lips. Where he'd expected to see a little girl's room full of dolls and frilly things, he instead found a stark white padded cell like he might find in an insane asylum. Where he'd expected to find the girl, he found a distraught man. The man was secured in a straitjacket, and he sat in one corner with his face pressed into the padded walls. "Hello?" he asked, taking a tentative step into the room. "Who are you? Where did the little girl go?" The man went rigid and then turned slowly to stare at John. John stumbled back out of the room, terror thrumming through him as he realized the man in the room was himself. "Free me, you idiot!" the other John screamed. "I'm your fucking memory!" Casper saw the teenager boy walking around the corner and smiled. He'd been right. The kid was out of bounds after lockdown. He was breaking the rules, and Casper would be sure that he suffered the consequences. He picked up the pace, rounded the corner, and ran headfirst into the kid's back as the kid barreled backwards out of an open broom closet. Both fell to the floor. Casper landed hard, rolled over like a beached whale, and made his way clumsily to his feet. "Now, look here, you little shitter! Just what the—" Casper stopped short when he saw the terrified look on the kid's face. He was looking around like he didn't know where he was or even who he was. This wasn't some kid trying to steal something or looking for a place to get high. He heard approaching footsteps and looked up to see Maurice, the other night shift guard, running towards him. "Casper, what's up?" Maurice called between gasps for breath. I heard you yelling." "I'm not sure," Casper replied. He glanced down at the teenage boy who was still lying at his feet. "I think you better go see if Doc or Maggie are still here." Maurice frowned, taking in the scene, and then turned and jogged off in search of one of their bosses. Chapter 7. Pieces to the Puzzle. Maggie sat at the table watching John Doe pace the small security room floor, his hand to his mouth as he busily chewed on already 2 short fingernails. She glanced over his shoulder to the golden rays of early morning sunlight streaming in through the single window set high up on the one wall. She studied the patterns the infinitesimal dust mites formed as they wafted through the beams. This was something she did to calm herself down when she felt anxious or stressed. It was akin to cloud watching. She enjoyed watching the floating particles and trying to find images in the chaos. Bringing order to the disorder never failed to calm her. "Shit," John muttered around his fingers. "I could have hurt that guard. Someone else could have been hurt." She looked back to the pacing teenager, and the sight of him hurt her heart. He looked like he was on the ragged edge. There were deep purple bruises under his bloodshot eyes. His hair was unkempt, and his skin was so pale it appeared almost gray. She wondered idly how many days the record was for going without sleep. "John," she said, leaning forward to rest her forearms on the pitted table. "You can't blame yourself. Besides, no one was hurt." He reached a wall, spun, and started back. He raised the hand not being chewed on, lifted his index finger. "No one was hurt yet. I'm telling you, it's only a matter of time. I told you this would start to happen. I want you to take a breath and then try explaining this to me again. Tell me how your dreams can cause harm to another person. They can't see inside your head. They don't take part in your dreams." "I don't know how to explain it any better than I already have," he replied. "I don't know why it's happening, and I don't know why it's happening to me. I just know that I'm right." Maggie tried another tactic. "Okay then, why don't you tell me about your dream?" He spun, his sneakers squeaking on the linoleum flooring.
I dreamed about a room like this one, an old house, a little girl. I was in the town from my article, Springwood. A little girl playing in the yard, a water tower looming above verdant trees. Images from her own dream flashed through Maggie's mind, and she frowned. Was it merely a coincidence that she and John dreamed of the same town on the same night? Surely it must be. After all, it wasn't like Springwood was on the other side of the world. "What about the article?" she asked. "Do you remember where you got it?" John shook his head. "No, I'm sorry. It was about a missing woman, right?" Maggie nodded. "Her name was Loretta Kruger. She disappeared in 1967. The police never found her." John paused and really looked at her for the first time since they'd started speaking. "What was the last name?" "Kruger." There were no flashes of inspiration, no sudden recall of lost memory, and yet the sound of the name spoken aloud sent a thrill of fear running down John's spine. It was maddening, like having an itch you couldn't locate or reach. He remembered his bound doppelganger from his nightmare and shivered. "Free me, you idiot! I'm your fucking memory!" He resumed pacing, resigned to the fact his memory would remain straitjacketed for the time being. "What about the little girl?" Maggie continued. "What did she look like?" "She was wearing a little sundress, and she had dark hair tied up with red ribbons," she finished for him. John stopped pacing again, his mouth agape. "How did you know that?" Maggie didn't answer him. She stood and stepped towards the door, her mind awhirl with dark possibilities. "I'm not sure. Listen, I need to go talk to Doc Cotto about all of this. I'll come and find you after, and we can try to figure out what this is all about. In the meantime, why don't you go back to the dormitory and try to relax?" He raised one eyebrow. "Sure, I'll just go chill while my whole world seems to be falling down around me. Maybe I can catch a soap opera or The Price is Right on the old boob tube." "You should. A little banality never hurt anyone." "Yeah, right," he muttered as he joined her at the door and watched her walk away up the hallway. The shelter was coming alive around them, its residents and employees getting a start on their days of barely controlled alcoholism and daddy issues. Not for the first time, he wished that his own problems were that simple. He turned and walked in the direction of the dorm, hoping that she and the doc could come up with some answers for him before his time ran out. Maggie sat in her accustomed seat across the desk from Doc Cotto, fidgeting beneath his piercing gaze. She could almost see the wheels turning in his great mind, see him taking up one idea after another as if he were a dissatisfied shopper seeking the freshest fruit. She usually enjoyed watching him work through a problem, but she had to admit that she did not enjoy being the object of his scrutiny. "A penny for your thoughts?" she asked when his prolonged silence became too much for her to take. He leaned forward, his brown eyes intense. "I don't like it. There's some crazy connection between your dreams and his dreams mean bad news. I know it sounds crazy, but I can feel it in my bones." "You can feel it in your bones?" Maggie growled, suddenly angry. "I'm sick of all this talk about dreams. Can't anyone talk about something else around here? My mommy and daddy didn't hold me enough when I was a baby, so I have bad dreams. I'm horny and need to get laid, so I have nightmares about a scary man coming to get me. It's all Freudian bullshit." Doc gave her a knowing look. "We both know you don't believe that. You think that if you take care of that kid's puzzle, you'll be taking care of your own." Maggie glanced away, ashamed and embarrassed by her outburst, and frightened by the implication of Doc's words. "I don't have a puzzle." "Yes," he said, slapping the desktop for emphasis. "Yes, you do. And even though you might think you know everything, you may not be ready for what that boy is going to show you."
She checked her watch and then stood, moving towards the office door. "You might be right, but I have to try. I have to try to help him." "I know you do," Doc replied. He looked at the painting of the dream demons on the wall and felt a strange sense of foreboding come over him. He looked back to her, his normally cheerful expression grim. "Just promise me you'll be careful. There's something hinky going on with that boy, and it's given me the creeps." Maggie smiled, flattered by his concern, and gave him a quick salute. "I'll be careful. I always am." Doc watched her go and then turned back to the painting on his wall, his thoughts dark. He tilted his head to the left and then the right, and the motion seemed to give life to the worm-like monsters. He closed his eyes and said a quick prayer for them all. He would probably laugh at himself any other day. After all, he wasn't an especially religious man, though he was a student of various cultures and religions. But he wasn't laughing now. No, not now. He was terribly afraid that something terrible was headed their way, and he thought that they could use all the help they could get. The sun had reached its zenith by the time Maggie led John out onto the sidewalk in front of the shelter. He squinted up at it and then followed her across the pothole-ridden parking lot towards a collection of 3 decrepit old vans the staff used to transport residents when the need arose. "I never said I wanted to go there," John said as they drew near the closest van. It appeared the same graffiti artist that had decorated the shelter's walls had been hard at work outside as well. The charming message sprayed on the van's side in bright blue read, "For a good time, call 1-800-MAHDICK." An equally colorful statement adorning the van's rear doors said, "Free candy and hugs inside." "Look," Maggie said as she opened the driver's side door and climbed behind the wheel. "I've dealt with amnesiacs before. Taking you to the town from the article might trigger something simple in your memory, some spark to help you remember." I don't need a spark to help me remember that Springwood is a bad place," John said as he got in the front passenger seat beside her and slammed the door. "You want a spark? You go. I'll stay here, sparkless but happy." She inserted the key in the van's ignition and turned it. The van came to life like a bellowing lion, rattled until John was sure that it would fall apart, and then settled back into a somewhat more normal roar. "Would you really call yourself happy right now?" she asked. She twisted in her seat to face him and stared into his eyes. "Besides, I'll be right there with you, and I promise I won't let anything bad happen to you." He stared back, remembering their exchange from earlier. "You're dreaming about Springwood too, aren't you? You're dreaming about the same little girl, that's why you want to go?" Maggie turned back to the steering wheel and shifted the car into drive. "We're not going for me." He grew silent as he watched her pull the van out onto the street, driving them towards unknown dread. He guessed from the furtive way she kept glancing at him out of the corner of her eye that she had not been entirely truthful, maybe even with herself. He leaned back in the seat and stared out the window at the passing buildings and milling strangers going about their everyday lives, oblivious to the danger that hovered just beyond the veil of sleep. His eyelids were already getting heavy, and he lifted a hand to his mouth to stifle a big yawn. This wasn't good. He felt trapped. He needed to walk, to move, to run screaming, anything that would help him stave off coming oblivion. "Can you do me a favor?" he asked. "Can you make sure I don't fall asleep?" She looked like she didn't want to comply with his request for a moment, but then she nodded. "Sure thing." "Thanks," he said, leaning back in his seat. "You're the best." Chapter 8. Stowaways. Maggie drove along the winding road, singing softly along with the song on the radio. Outside, the forested hills passed by, an oil painting come to vivid life. John sat with his back to her, staring out at the trees in silence.
I just want to use your love tonight.
She saw the water tower in her mind's eye, saw the little girl with the red ribbons and the screaming woman standing on the basement stairs. What did it all mean, and why did it sour her stomach to think about it? She wasn't sure. All she could do was hope that the answers lay somewhere ahead.
I don't want to lose your love tonight.
Great song. She bobbed her head along with the beat. She rounded a sharp curve, not noticing that the boy's head bounced gently against the window pane. She didn't notice that he wasn't simply absorbed in the scenery passing by outside. She didn't notice that he was fast asleep. There was a road sign ahead with the words, "Welcome to Springwood," written on it in reflective white lettering. She drove by it, passing over the town line. He sat with his eyes closed, listening to the hissing of steam and the crackle of fire in the boilers nearby. It was always like this between playmates. He sat and waited for new dreamers to feed him fresh souls. Sometimes the room was different. Sometimes it was a classroom. Other times it was the basement of his old home, or even a vacant, mist-filled void. Most of the time, though, it was his boiler room. He liked to close his eyes and relive all the fun times he'd had there both before and after the parents of Springwood burned him to a crisp. He had to admit, he'd been a little angry about that at the time, but that was before his new friends had introduced themselves and made him an offer he couldn't refuse. The good times had been rolling ever since. At least they had until he'd slashed his way through all of Springwood's little brats. There was only one left, and oh, how he longed to finish the son of a whore off.
Patience, he told himself. You don't want to ruin the plan.
He'd never been a patient man, but an endless eternity of promise had taught him that patience was indeed a virtue. Just a little longer, and he wouldn't have to be patient anymore. Just a little longer, and he wouldn't have all the victims he could ever want at the tip of his knives. He sniffed and smiled his wicked grin as a new scent filled his nostrils. They'd crossed the line. His dog had done his job.
Good work, boy,
Freddy said, licking his lips.
You've brought home the bacon.
The van passed over a deep pothole, and John's head bounced off the passenger door hard enough to jar him awake. He sat up, rubbing his temple grumpily.
I told you not to let me fall asleep.
He turned to look at Maggie and froze, staring out of the windshield at the figure standing in the middle of the road ahead. It was the little girl from his dream. She had both hands out in front of her as if she intended to stop the oncoming vehicle with her brave hands. Her eyes were wide and full of terror.
Go back,
she screamed.
No, we're gonna hit her,
he thought. Maggie took a deep breath, preparing to belt out the chorus of Girls Just Want to Have Fun, when John suddenly leaned over and grabbed the wheel.
John, what the hell?
He yanked the wheel to the side. The van swerved, bringing a large oak tree into view through the windshield. Maggie pulled the wheel back, trying to right their course before disaster struck. She looked into his eyes and realized they were rolling around in their sockets, focusing on things that she couldn't see. Rapid eye movement, she thought. He's dreaming.
John!
She shouted, slamming on the brakes.
Stop it! Wake up!
They were headed towards the other side of the road now. The ground fell away sharply 50 feet ahead.
Shit! Shit! Shit!
She pressed the brake pedal to the floor, heard the squeal of the tires on the pavement. They weren't slowing fast enough. It was going to be close. Something shifted in the compartment behind her. and Maggie heard raised voices. The van came to a screeching halt 10 feet from the drop-off. Maggie slammed the gear shift into park and spun around to see the now wide-awake John leaning against the passenger seat and staring into the back where Spencer, Carlos, and Tracy were disentangling themselves from one another and the blankets they'd been hiding beneath. "Funny meeting you here," Spencer said with a small wave. Maggie opened her mouth, closed it before she could say a few choice words she would regret later, opened it again, and spat. "Guys, what the hell are you doing here?" "Would you believe we, just wanted to get some fresh air?" Carlos asked. Maggie's death stare was all the answer they needed. Tracy lashed out and slapped the back of Spencer's head. "Great plan, asshole." Spencer shrugged, running a hand through his blonde hair. "It almost worked." "It almost worked?" Maggie said in astonishment. She gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity. "You guys are lucky I'm not a violent person by nature, because I could gladly murder you all right now." "That's a bit harsh, don't you think, Mags?" Spencer asked. Maggie threw the van into drive and pulled back out onto the blacktop, heading towards Springwood. "Don't test me, Spencer." "Copy that." They rode in silence for a few minutes, the only sound that of Maggie's heavy breathing as she used one of the relaxation techniques Doc Cotto was so fond of. She had to admit that it worked pretty well. Already she could feel her heartbeat slowing. "Hey, Mags," Carlos asked. "I wanted to thank you. I've never been happy that I was almost completely deaf until I heard you sing. Now I can see the silver lining. It's the small things, you know?" And just like that, she was ready to kill them again. She gritted her teeth, stared ahead at the buildings that marked the edge of Springwood proper, just coming into view in the distance. "You're welcome, Carlos," Maggie said. "I'm happy I could help." Carlos started to say something else, but stopped when Spencer bumped his arm. He had gathered that they had pushed Maggie as far as they could for the moment. "You know, this was a really dumb stunt you guys pulled," Maggie shouted. "Believe it or not, there are people that care about all of you back home. Are you listening to me?" "Don't scream at us," Tracy shouted back. "It's your driving that almost killed us." "Yeah," Spencer said. "You turned a van into an off-road vehicle for a second there. Am I right, Carlos?" "Carlos?" John had been following the whole exchange in shell-shocked silence up to that point. He turned around in his seat at Spencer's words and saw the dark-haired boy leaning his head against the side of the van, his eyes closed. "No!" he shouted, reaching back between the seats and shaking Carlos roughly. "Don't fall asleep! Wake your ass up!" Carlos came awake with a start and cringed back from the strange boy, sudden fear shining from his eyes. Unconsciously, his hands moved to cover his ears as if he were protecting them. Tracy saw this and saw red. She lunged forward, shoving John's hands away and putting herself between the two boys. "Back off, whack job!" John held his hands up in surrender. "I'm sorry. It's just really important that no one fall asleep in this town." "Why?" Spencer asked. John hesitated, not sure how to answer. I'm not sure. It's a feeling that I have, something that I can almost remember. All I know for sure is that it is dangerous to fall asleep in this town." "Very convincing," Spencer said, laughing. "You really are crazy," Tracy said. "That's enough," Maggie said, as she drove slowly into town. Talk stalled as each looked out at their surroundings. Every third house seemed abandoned, their yards overgrown, their windows boarded up. Here and there they saw small displays of crosses and flowers in the yards. Each had a picture of a young boy or girl. Each cross bore the same inscription, "We remember." "Maggie?" Tracy asked, her voice uncharacteristically quiet. "What are those? They look like those memorials you see on the side of the road where someone died in a car wreck." Carlos leaned forward to stare out the windshield at one yard where 3 separate displays stood solemnly. There were 2 boys and 1 girl, obviously siblings. The oldest looked 16 or 17 years old. The youngest maybe 9. "That can't be right," Carlos said. "There are so many." Maggie stared at the faces as she drove by. How many on this street alone? 20? 30? She glanced down a side road and saw dozens more marching away into the early afternoon light. "John?" she asked. "What is this?" He just shook his head. He had no answers. They became aware of a sound coming from up ahead. It was so out of place amongst the melancholy neighborhoods that each thought it must be a figment of their imaginations at first. 10 seconds passed and they couldn't deny it any more. It was calliope music. It sounded happy, conjuring memories of cotton candy and popcorn, fried funnel cakes and corn dogs. Men and women milled about in the street up ahead, seeming to migrate towards the town square, where a collection of wooden booths had been set up. "What do you know?" Carlos said. "It looks like the fair has come to town." Chapter 9. Head Cases. Maggie pulled the van to a stop by the curb and she and the kids stepped out. None noticed the furtive way the town residents watched them and whispered. Maggie stepped to Tracy and held the van keys out to her. "Okay, first you're going to find a phone and call the shelter. You are going to tell Kelly where you are and that you are all right. Second, I'm going to trust you to drive back to the shelter. Can I trust you or do I have to call the police? Which you know I don't want to do." "What about you?" Spencer asked. "How will you get back?" "Have Kelly send a car," Maggie said. "Fine," Tracy muttered, taking the keys from her and walking away without a backwards glance. Carlos and Spencer followed. Maggie watched them go, and then she and John walked down the midway to take in the sights. "What the hell is this?" John thought. "I feel like I've taken a wrong turn into the Twilight Zone." There was a stand selling pies on his left, but he'd be damned if he'd ever try one. A thick layer of green mold grew over each, and a black cloud of flies hovered over them. To his right, a bumper car ride sat forlorn under the westering sun, its single rider an old man who drove repeatedly into the empty car in front of him. Past this was a dart game, run by a bored clown in messy grease paint. A lit cigarette dangled from his lower lip. "No kids," John said. "What?" Maggie asked. "It's a town fair, but there are no kids." The memorials they passed on the way into town flashed through her mind, and she had to suppress a shudder. She started to speak, but paused when she noticed an elderly couple catch sight of John. They took a step backward, their hands going to their chest. The man grabbed the woman's hand and nearly pulled her off her feet in his haste to get away from the young man. Maggie stared after them until they were out of sight. "They're afraid of me," John said in wonder. Rust flakes filtered down from rusted hinges like snow as Spencer shoved the phone booth's door open and lifted the receiver. Carlos and Tracy squeezed in close behind him and stared at the strange townsfolk who seemed to be watching every move they made. Spencer started to dial the shelter's number, but his hand fell away halfway to the keypad. He pressed the receiver more firmly to his ear, listening intently. There was no dial tone. He hung up the phone and tried again. There was nothing. "The phone's out of order," he said as he hung the phone up again. "This whole town is out of order," Tracy said. She heard the rustle of tall grass behind her and turned in time to see a middle-aged, heavy-set woman walking right towards them. She was dressed in a garish Hawaiian shirt, done in a bongo drum and flamingo motif. She wore an odd straw hat you might have seen a man wear to a party hosted by Jay Gatsby, and more makeup than any person should ever wear. None of this was enough to draw attention away from her wild eyes. Tracy felt her blood run cold at the sight. That woman's insane, she thought. She looked for an escape route for her and the boys, but it was already too late.
The phone booth was tucked away in a corner next to a fence in an abandoned carnival game that formed a small cul-de-sac. The woman was coming on too fast. She was already blocking the only exit they had, save for hopping the fence. Tracy stepped in front of Spencer and Carlos, who had just realized they were in trouble. She lifted her hands, readying herself for a fight, and froze when the woman wrapped her in a bear hug. "What lovely children!" the woman cooed. "Perfectly lovely, darling children!" Tracy pulled free of her grasp, backed up into Spencer's, who was staring at the woman in shock. Carlos stood behind them, his back pressed against the rear of the phone booth, and was again standing with his hands over his ears, moaning softly. "No, Mama," he whispered. "I'll be good. I'll be good." The woman looked over her shoulder as if she were afraid someone might be watching, and then turned back. She lifted her hands, wanting to pet and coddle each of them. "Would you three like to come home with me? It's been so long since we had kids in the house, so long!" Something changed in her eyes then. The wild energy seemed to fade, to be replaced by something infinitely sad. Tears welled, brimmed, and fell in twin streaks down her cheeks. "But it'll be different this time," she said. "It won't be like it was for my Jessica. It'll be different. My perfectly adorable little babies. This time I'll hide you and he won't find you." "Ethel, what are you doing?" The woman jumped like she'd been electrocuted and turned as a fat man dressed in identical garb ran up and grabbed her by the arm. She tried to pull away, but he held on tight. He barely seemed able to look at the three teenagers. It was like they were shining as bright as the sun, and he was afraid he would go blind. The woman was crying in earnest now, her makeup running like melted wax. "I miss her so much. It's not fair. I want my baby back." Her words fell on deaf ears. The man dragged her away shouting, "We can't have any kids here. You know they bring him." Suddenly, a bell began to sound somewhere close by. Everyone stopped in mid-stride, glancing up in fright. The moment broke a second later, and Tracy saw several of the townspeople jogging towards the street. The man looked them dead on for the first time, his eyes full of a burning rage that unsettled Tracy. "See what you did?" he hissed, pointing one long, accusatory finger at John. "You were supposed to leave and stay gone, not bring more back with you." The man's eyes were full of a poisonous hatred, so virulent that John couldn't help flinching away from it. The man spun and latched onto his presumed wife's elbow and pulled her away. "What the actual fuck?" Tracy asked. Spencer shrugged. "We're in Twin Peaks." The carnival was a ghost town by the time Tracy and the two boys joined Maggie and John at the van. "Did you get through to Kelly?" Maggie asked. Spencer shook his head. "The phone was dead, Maggie. What the hell is going on out in this freak show?" She glanced around nervously and shook her head. "I'm not sure." "What did that man mean?" John asked. "He said I was supposed to stay gone, not bring more back." "Bring more what back?" "I wish I knew," Maggie said, putting her arm around John's shoulders. She looked to the other three teens. "You guys better get going." "Remember," John said, "don't fall asleep until you are out of town." Tracy gave him a strange look, and then she climbed behind the van's wheel. Spencer got into the front passenger seat, and Carlos got into the back. Maggie and John watched them drive away with trepidation. "I hope they make it," John said quietly. "I'm sure they'll be fine." John met her eyes. "I'm not." Maggie cleared her throat, turned towards the street, and pointed to a large building 100 yards to the south. A large sign set out in front of it, declaring that it was the Springwood High School. "What do you say?" she asked. "Someone rang that bell. Maybe they can give us some answers." John shrugged and sighed. "Lucky us." Chapter 10. Ring Around the Rosie. Tracy was 15 and she was learning to drive. The leather cover on the old station wagon's wheel felt smooth and warm under her sweaty fingers. It slipped when she turned the car around a bend in the road. She looked past the hood ornament to the rolling, tree-lined hills outside Central City and wished she was free to run beneath the leaves. She'd run and never look back. "Easy on the gas, sweetie," her dad said from the seat beside her. He was heavy-set and balding with a thick black mustache that looked like a furry caterpillar perched on his upper lip. His skin was sallow and perpetually damp with a thin sheen of moisture. His eyes bulbous and yellowed. She thought he looked like a toad squatting on the car seat. "Please don't let him touch me," she thought. First there was the sickly, sweet terms of endearment. Then came the fluttering fingers, lighting the moths on her crawling skin. "Please, if he touches me, I'll vomit." "That's my good girl," he purred. She saw him move out of the corner of her eye, saw the shadow cast by his arm as the moth hand descended. She wanted to scream. She couldn't stand it anymore. "Earth to Tracy," Carlos said, drawing her back from her bad memories. "I swear we've been past the blue house before. Are you lost? I found a map back here." She growled deep in her chest, offended by the comments, but even more offended by the ghost of the hand on her thigh. She looked up at the slight boy's reflection in the rearview mirror. "Did I say I needed a map?" Carlos shook his head and stifled a yawn. She looked back to the intersection she was stopped at. Fallen leaves tumbled through the four-way, reminders of a dead past. She turned left and drove along a line of forlorn houses, each with their own little memorials to those loved and lost. There was a small park or courtyard up ahead on her left. She pulled to a stop and stared at a 5-foot-tall bronze statue of a Boy Scout giving a forever salute to the street. A bird dropping encrusted placard with the message, "The children shall endure," written on it, rested on the statue's base. "I can't get over the way those people at the fair looked at us," Spencer said. "It was freaky, but also sad, you know? Can you imagine losing your kids like that? That would really suck the big one." "The super big one," Carlos added, yawning again. "The super big and girthy one," Spencer replied. He stretched his hands out and yawned expansively. "Jesus," Tracy said, yawning herself. "Stop yawning. That shit is contagious." "I would if I could," Carlos said. "How about you get us back to the shelter before the wheels fall off this contraption? I really don't want to spend the night in this freak show." "What do you think I'm trying to do?" she grumbled, pulling away from the statue and accelerating down the street. The heels of Maggie's loafers clicked on the deserted street's asphalt as she and John strode towards the brooding hulk of the high school, half a block ahead. She glanced to her right and felt a chill when she saw the top of the water tower from her dream peeking over the trees. There were too many unanswered questions for the both of them, and it was driving her nuts. She hoped the school wouldn't be a waste of time. Her eyes drifted down to the pavement, and she skidded to a halt when she saw what was drawn there. "What is it?" John asked as he turned back to join her. "Why'd you stop?" "Look," she said, pointing. John looked and gasped. The chalk picture was crude and inexpertly drawn as if it were done by many small hands. It showed a man with a burned face dressed in a red and green sweater, brown pants, and a ratty old fedora. He wore a bloody glove that had knives for fingers. Someone had written the first snatch of a child's song on the road under the figure's booted feet. 1, 2, Freddy's coming for you." "Freddy," John muttered. There was something strange in his voice. Maggie turned and saw a glint of recognition in his haunted face. "Have you seen this before?" she asked. "I don't know for sure, but I do know who this is. It's the husband of the missing woman from my newspaper clipping. This is Fred Krueger." Maggie looked back at the simple but menacing drawing and shook her head. "John, that isn't a real person. Look at his red face and the glove. He doesn't even look human." "You're wrong," he said. She grabbed his arm gently. "Listen to me. Traumatized and abused children often draw what they can't talk about. This drawing represents something else." A screen door slammed behind them, and they turned to see a middle-aged woman walking towards them with a bucket of soapy water and a heavy-duty wire brush. She nodded a greeting to each of them as she set the bucket down and knelt. She poured some of the water on the chalk drawing and started to scrub it with the coarse brush. "It won't wash away," she said, "even when it rains." Maggie watched and saw that it was true. The water should have been enough by itself to wash the image clean, but it remained completely unscathed under the rough wire bristles. John looked into Maggie's eyes and asked, "What does she represent?" Maggie stared back at him, at a loss for words. Tracy pulled the van to a stop in front of the Boy Scout statue, her mouth agape. It wasn't possible. How had they ended up back there? "Nice going," Spencer said as he fished a joint from his pocket and lit it. "It takes real talent to travel in a complete circle." He tried to pass the blunt to Carlos, and Carlos waved the skunk-ass scented smoke away, shaking his head and pointing to his hearing aids. "No way, I don't play that shit, man. I need the few senses I have." Spencer shrugged and offered the joint to Tracy, who balled her fist up and shook it at him. "Put that fucking thing out," she ordered. "I hate that smell as much as I hate rich boy show-offs." She rubbed her tired eyes. "It's hard enough to stay awake without you lighting up every 10 seconds. Spencer flinched back against the passenger door. "It relaxes me." "I can relax you," she said, pointing at him with 2 fingers. "I'll just puncture your heart with these fingers. Mess up the upholstery real good." "I've seen her do it," Carlos said, leaning on the back of the front seat. "It ain't pretty." "Okay, chill," Spencer said, his hands held up in surrender. He butted the joint out in the ashtray, muttering, "You need to get laid." Tracy pretended she hadn't heard that. "Do you want the map now?" Carlos asked. "No, I don't need a map." Maggie and John walked past the sign in front of the old brick school building. Someone had spray-painted "Schools Out Forever" on the bulletin board that had once announced such cheerful events as pep rallies and homecoming dances. Dead grass and weeds had grown, unchecked for seasons. Brittle blades hissed against their pants as they waded through towards the front entrance. More graffiti marred the cracked sidewalk, the words 3, 4, better lock your door painted in white lettering. "I guess they didn't teach much poetry around here," John observed. They climbed the steps to the entrance, and John paused again to stare at a faded pink heart painted in the side of the building. "Glenn loves Nancy." "Were they people you knew?" Maggie asked. John shook his head. "I don't think so." They moved inside. The Boy Scouts seemed to be laughing at them as they stared flabbergasted at it beneath the westering sun. Finally, Tracy admitted defeat. She held her hand out. "Give me the map!" She shot Spencer a warning glance. "Don't say a word." Spencer mimed, zipping his mouth shut. Behind him, Carlos picked up the map, grimacing at the oily film of ancient spilled food on it, and unfolded it. He unfolded it once, twice, 3 times, again, and again, and again. It wasn't possible. No map could be that big. It covered his lap, the floor, and there was still more. He unfolded it again. Now it was pressing in on his head, suffocating him. He'd never been very claustrophobic, but he was beginning to see how a person could be. The panic beast reared its ugly head, and he took a deep breath to force it back down. "Hey guys," he called. Spencer and Tracy didn't answer. Surely they could see what was happening, even if Carlos couldn't see them through the mass of paper. He shoved the map aside only to find more behind it. He was cocooned, hemmed in on all sides. Panic returned, and he couldn't beat it back this time. He tore the sheets, a scream filling his throat. Something red in front of him. Someone had written a message on the map in red ink. "You're fucked!" Tracy was yelling at him. Carlos snapped awake, realizing he'd been dozing. He saw the folded map on the carpet beside him and tossed it away with a cry. "Carlos!" Tracy shouted. "I asked you for the map!" Carlos eyed the thing as if it were a coiled snake, waiting to strike, and shook his head. "The map says we're fucked." "Nice," Spencer said, opening the passenger side door. "You've had 2 chances, Tracy. It's my turn." "Fine," Tracy said. "But you're dead if I catch you trying to cop a fill while I'm sleeping." Spencer raised one eyebrow. "My hand would freeze if I touched you, Ice Queen." They swapped spots, and Spencer pulled the van away from the Boy Scout, his head on a swivel, looking for any route Tracy hadn't tried yet. Secretly, Tracy hoped he had had better luck than she did, because she wanted out of this town. She wasn't sure if it was John's crazy talk or something more sinister, but Springwood was starting to scare her. Chapter 11. Freddy 101. Springwood High's dark halls spoke of many empty years of hopeless neglect. Cobwebs hung like curtains from the ceiling, and a thick carpet of dust clung to most surfaces. Strangely, a thin trail had been worn in the dust by the passing of feet. "It's not completely abandoned," John said, pointing. "Someone has been through here regularly." The scraping sound of chalk on a chalkboard was coming from an open classroom door to their right. John and Maggie approached it slowly, fearful that they might be seen as intruders. The classroom was the same as the rest of the school in town outside it, and the sight made Maggie sad. There were only 2 desks in the center of the room, facing the room's sole occupant. The man was middle-aged and shorter than Maggie. He wore a rumpled suit, the shoulders drifted with copious amounts of either chalk dust or dandruff, and his eyes were hidden behind thick sunglasses. He didn't turn away from his frantic scribbling. "Now, class," said the man, glancing over his shoulder to stare at people only he could see. "Remember, you will have to pass both an oral and written exam." John frowned at the man, and then glanced to Maggie for guidance. Cartoons and movies often depict mental illness as comical. He was finding that real life was very different. The man made him uncomfortable, like he was watching him change clothes. "Don't disturb him," she said. She walked to one of the desks, flipped open a thick binder, and began to flip through the pages. "Come here and look at this." John joined her and saw that the binder contained old photos and newspaper clippings from the local paper. She pointed to an empty space between 2 clippings where dried glue still remained. It was the perfect size for the newspaper clipping John had found in his pocket. "I think that proves it," Maggie said. "You were here." Suddenly the man turned to face them, his short piece of chalk held up like a baton. "Welcome to Freddy 101. He reached up and pulled a once-white overhead light projector screen down. It was covered in cryptic formulas and equations, and there was a detailed timeline in the center that seemed to detail Freddy Krueger's life and crimes. "In 1493, Freddy sailed across the sea," he sing-songed. Maggie finished flipping through the binder and closed it with a snap. "I can't find anything about you in here." "At least I'm not up there," John said, pointing behind her to the back wall. Maggie turned and stared in quiet horror. A plaque was hung near the ceiling, the message, "In Memoriam," written in block lettering. Below that were rows upon rows of black and white framed pictures of teenagers. Each row stretched the width of the room, and rows went from floor to ceiling. Each frame had a date printed on the bottom. My God, Maggie thought. It's like the little crosses in the yards. There's so many. Look at the dates, Maggie said. They are all within a 10-year period. What the hell happened here? A light was coming on inside John's mind as connections were finally being made. Freddy happened here. Maggie shook her head. That's impossible. Fred Krueger was dead before all this started. The teacher slapped his hand on a particular date on the timeline, drawing their attention again. Here's a crucial point, he said. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Anyone at all? He looked around the room, frowning in disappointment. Come on, people. We covered this. Here is where they took his child away. John took a step closer, listening to the teacher intently now. What child? The man continued as if no one had spoken. To him, John and Maggie were more ghostly than the spirits he saw filling his class. They took the child and put it in the town orphanage, adding a crucial variable to an already unstable status quo. John looked to Maggie, his eyes alight. He had a kid. In 1494, Freddy came back to look for more. Something changed in the teacher's expression then. He lost his declamatory air, his shoulders slumping. His head twitched furtively, as if his gaze could not settle on any point for more than a second. He dropped the chalk and his fingers drifted to his mouth. He rubbed his chin and began to pace. FK has gone away, he said. FK has gone away. Enough of this, John said. He walked over and grabbed the teacher's arm. The man jumped as if he'd been electrocuted, and he turned his face towards him, seeing them for the first time. I knew there'd be people coming to blame it all on me, said the man, tears streaming from behind his sunglasses to fall down his stubby cheeks. He made me promise not to tell. He said he'd know, and I'd get worse when he came back. Maggie walked up to John's side. Come back from where? The man's gaze shifted to her, his lips trembling. When he came back from being dead, he promised me he'd come for me in my sleep. That's when he gets you. He gets you when you dream. Everything might have been different if they hadn't taken the kid away. Everything might have been different if he'd still had something he cared for. What kid? John asked. FK's child. They took it away from him, put it in an orphanage, drove him even crazier than he already was. His child, John said. What was the kid's name? The teacher shook his head, hysteria returning. He chewed his fingers, giggling. He said he'd come back and get me, but he can't. I outsmarted him. I ain't sleeping anymore. I took care of it. See? He jerked his arm free of John's grasp and whipped his sunglasses off. John and Maggie stepped back, sick to their very souls. The man had stapled his eyelids to his forehead so that he could never close them again. His dried red eyeballs rolled wildly in their sockets. FK has gone away! He screamed and bolted from the room. Maggie and John stood in silence until the sound of his footsteps and chanting had passed out of the school and faded to nothing up the street. Chapter 12. The Kids on Elm Street. Spencer pulled the van to a stop in front of the monument and killed the old van's engine. The tick of the coaling engine was like a clock counting off the interminable seconds of their limbo. He glanced up at the statue of the Boy Scout and felt like breaking it into little pieces. "Great job, Spence," it seemed to say, with its jaunty salute and the slant of its critical eyes. "Your dad was right about you after all. You're a failure and a fuck-up, whether you try or not." "Screw you, twerp," he muttered, as he and the others got out and stood yawning in front of the statue. Tracy shot him a warning glance, her shoulders set. "What did you say to me?" Spencer sighed and looked up and down the street at the dark houses marching away. He was too tired to fight with her, too tired to do anything save for finding some place to kick his feet up and light up a joint. "I said that I don't understand it," he said. "There's no way out." "Not with you driving," Tracy snorted. "You didn't do much better," Carlos reminded her. Spencer had to admit that the other teen had a point, but Tracy apparently didn't. She turned her back to the van and the accursed monument and started walking down the street. "No," she called back to them, "but at least I did it in twice the time." "Where are you going?" Carlos called after her as he and Spencer moved to catch up. "Away!" Tracy shouted, her voice echoing back to them from the silent buildings. Spencer glanced around, frowning. The dark windows of the houses seemed like dead, blind eyes that watched them as they passed. Something saw them, and it hated them. "Wow, dude," he thought, "get a grip. You're starting to sound like good old Johnny Boy. The next thing you know, they'll be sizing you up for the old straitjacket." "Look," he called after her. "We're just too fried to see straight. Let's go find Maggie." Tracy paused mid-stride and spun on the two boys, who flinched back as if they'd been struck. "I'm not turning myself over for any adult supervision," she said. "This girl's going to get some rest and get out of here in the morning." She turned and pointed down a side street with a grim smile. "In fact, I think I see my kind of neighborhood up ahead, an empty one." Tracy started walking again, and the two boys fell in step behind her. Spencer bumped Carlos's elbow and laughed. "You want to know what the sad thing is? I'm starting to like her grumpy ass." "That is sad," Carlos replied with a shake of his head. They passed beneath a crooked street sign that read Elm Street without slowing. None knew where they were or the danger they were in. They walked by derelict, rotting houses and came to a halt in front of the only one on the street that seemed to still have some life to it. The paint was faded, the lawn overgrown, like all the others, yet the windows were intact, the roof sturdy. It was a snake in the grass, the spiritual twin of the DeFeo house in Amityville. "This is the one," Tracy announced to the empty street. "We'll have it all to ourselves." Spencer studied it skeptically, shivering a little. "I bet there's no heat." "You'll live," she said, as she and Carlos strode up the cracked front walk and mounted the steps to the red front door. Spencer stood where he was for a moment, glancing up and down Elm Street for any better options, and saw none. Every other house here bore the unmistakable evidence of the ravages of time. Strange that this one house would be habitable while all the others were not. He shrugged and joined the others. Tracy tried the doorknob and found it turned easily in her fingers. She opened the door and they entered. A creak and groan resounded through the deserted neighborhood as the door swung shut and the house changed. Paint peeled, wood and glass broke, boards appeared from thin air to bracket windows, and a chalk drawing of 3 children crying. Blood faded into view on the sidewalk out front. Inside, the 3 teenagers stood in the dusty foyer at the base of the stairs to the second floor. To their left was a living room with a broken television set and sagging sofa sitting in the middle of the otherwise vacant space. To their left was another empty room and a hallway leading towards the rear of the house, passed by the stairs. Carlos yawned broadly. "I'm dead on my feet. I need to find a bed." "I need to find a bathroom," Spencer added. Tracy brushed a line of cobwebs that hung from the stair banister and grimaced. "This place makes the shelter look like the Ritz."
Tracy said something else after that, but Carlos had moved too far up the stairs to hear. He took each step carefully, testing the boards before giving them his full weight. They creaked but held, and he ascended to the dim upper-floor hallway that was lit by lights streaming in from outside through a single window at the end. There were 2 doors on the right, 3 on the left. He moved towards one that was open on his right and found himself in an empty room that held a rusted box spring devoid of cloth in one corner. A single dirty blanket lay on the floor beside it. "Well," Carlos said, bending over to pick up the blanket, "it beats the streets." He spread the moth-eaten blanket over the springs and lay down on his back. It was comfortable enough. Besides, he thought, as he closed his eyes, beggars can't be choosers. Tracy and Spencer walked down the hall towards the rear of the house. The skin on the back of her neck prickled strangely as if the boy were staring at her. His proximity and the closeness of the dark, quiet house made her uncomfortable for reasons she refused to admit to herself. Sure, she'd placed more trust in Carlos and Spencer than she had any other person, with the exception of Doc Cotto, since escaping her home, but being alone in that place with Spencer still sent a thrill of fear through her. There was an ajar door under the staircase, and Tracy opened it and peered inside to find a rickety set of wooden stairs leading down to a stone floor below. 3 beams of pale moonlight shone through a window set in the wall at ground level opposite the stairs, illuminating the room and a hulking metal thing with pipes like tentacles snaking away towards the roof. It was the furnace, meant to warm the long vacant house in better times. "What have we got here?" Spencer asked, his warm breath on her neck. "Come here, baby girl. Daddy needs a hug." His voice, the one that ran like oil through her nightmares, clinging to every inch of her broken soul. She looked down at her arms and saw not goose flesh, but huge hives breaking out over her flesh. "Come give your daddy some sugar." Tracy jumped as if she'd been electrocuted and slammed the door shut. "It's a basement, nothing special about it." Spencer watched her walk away, confused as he was more often than not by the strange pretty girl's behavior. He shrugged it off after a second and followed her through a door into a kitchen that had once been pleasant but was now just a sad reminder of those that had gone before. He looked up above the cabinets that lined the wall above the stove and saw the remnants of little sparrows playing in tall grass. Tracy was standing near the stained sink, looking through the dirty window, her body stiff. He wasn't sure what had set her off, but he wanted to ease her mind as much as he could. Maybe he could get her to talk about something. He thought of Maggie and John traipsing around town on their quest for identity, and inspiration struck. "Why do you think that kid said not to fall asleep in this town?" he asked. The sound of his voice set her teeth on edge. She felt irrational panic trying to set in and fought it back with everything that Doc Cotto had taught her. She was the master of her own mind. She would not succumb because, if she did, she would lose all her power, and she swore she'd never be powerless again. She turned from the window and stared at the boy across the room from her. He was Spencer, not her father. He was aggravating, but he had never hurt her. Besides, she could tie him up like a pretzel if he did try something. There was nothing to be afraid of, except telling herself and believing it were 2 very different things. "I don't want to be alone with him anymore," she thought. "Tracy," Spencer asked. "I don't know," she said. "I guess because he's a lame-o freak? Miss Maggie's pet psycho?" "Yeah, maybe." Tracy pushed away from the counter and shouted for Carlos. The echo of her words traveled through the house and reached down to where the boy was, feeding the dream. "Carlos!" He came awake with a gasp and crab-crawled into the corner trying to look everywhere at once. Who had called his name? Surely it wasn't who it had sounded like. He'd been asleep after all. It had to be Tracy calling to him from downstairs, right?
He stood up, wincing at the pain in his stiff neck, and crossed the room to the bedroom door. He paused in the open doorway and looked left and right along the deserted hallway that led to the stairs in the first floor. Nothing moved, and yet there was something in the atmosphere that set his teeth on edge, an electrical charge of virulent energy that he'd felt before. Not that long ago. "Tracy?" he called out. "Is that you?"
Why don't you listen to me, Carlos? You never listen.
Carlos took a step back into the room, his hands covering his ears. He knew that voice with its thick Spanish accent and domineering authority. He'd heard it almost every night of his life, even after he'd been deafened by its owner. But it couldn't be. She couldn't be there. It was impossible. Wasn't it? What if it was her? He better go find out, because it would be so much worse for him if he made her wait. He crept from the room like a frightened rabbit, ready to bolt at the drop of a hat. He reached the top of the second floor landing and descended into a different world, one he knew very well. He reached the bottom step and turned right. This wasn't the abandoned house's foyer. This was the hallway of an old tenement building where migrant workers and down on their luck vagabonds came to truly know what rock bottom was all about. Rats the size of cats scurried along the baseboards and squeaked at each other in their own ratty language. Carlos knew from experience to give them a wide berth, lest they try to take a bite from his ankle. He walked by closed apartment doors with big brass letters instead of numbers nailed to them. He heard the low hiss of Spanish television shows from behind a few of them and the drone of sobbing from behind others. It was all utterly familiar to him. He knew it so well that he could still call it home. "Tracy, where are you?" he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Behind you," said the voice. Carlos turned in shock and stared at the imposing figure of his mother. She was large, tall, fat, and sweaty. Her hair was black as coal and pulled up on top of her head in a tight bun. She wore a plain brown muumuu dress with dark sweat stains under the arms and on the neckline. Her eyes were shining with a deeply malevolent glee. "No," Carlos moaned. He tried to take a step back and ran into a solid wall where the rest of the hallway should have been. He was trapped. "Why don't you come with I call you, Carlos?" she asked. "Why you make me wait down here? Maybe you don't hear so good. Maybe I clean out your ears for you." The words doubled in his ears, reverberated from the past like a long-lost phantom returned to torment him again. This had all happened before. And oh God in heaven, he thought, it was about to happen again. "Mama, no," he begged, tears streaming down his face. I was a good boy." "No, Carlos," she said, reaching behind her. "You were a bad boy. I gotta teach you to listen better when your mama calls." She withdrew her hands from behind her back and held up a foot-long Q-tip for him to see. Carlos covered his ears with his hands as he sank to his knees before his mother, screaming, "I was a good boy. Don't make me deaf, Mama. I'm sorry." "I'm not," his mother said, only her voice was no longer her own, but that of a laughing man. She gripped his hair and lifted him from the floor with amazing strength. He reached to pry her hands off him and knew he'd made a mistake. She jabbed at his exposed ear with the Q-tip, ramming it home. He felt the cotton end press against his eardrum and then pass through. The pain was instantaneous and extravagant, like having a white-hot fire poker jammed through him. His mama twisted and pushed, and he felt bone and cartilage separate, felt the invading object pass completely through his head to push his hearing aid from his other ear. Pain, unbelievable pain. She let him go and he crumpled to the floor. He knew he must be screaming, but he could hear nothing without his hearing aid. He saw it on the floor by his hand and picked it up. He looked up and felt anger flare alive in his chest when he saw that his mother was gone and a monstrous man had taken her place.
He was horribly burned, and he was dressed in a red and green sweater, brown pants, and fedora hat. He wore a strange bladed glove on his right hand. He was laughing. Ha 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 ha! The rage fueled him, dampened fear, and Carlos stood and yanked the Q-tip free from his head. It came away bloody, and he threw it at the burned man's feet. Carlos stuffed his hearing aid back in place and glared at the man, shouting, "I didn't do anything!" "Oh, poor baby," chuckled the man. "Why don't you tell Uncle Freddy all about it?" "Screw you!" "Tut, tut," Freddy said with feigned sadness. "You're still not listening. Hey, Carlos, lend me your ear." A flash of metal as the glove whipped out and fresh pain bloomed on the side of Carlos's head. He reached up and felt sticky warmth where his ear was supposed to be. He glanced up and saw Freddy pick the ear and the still attached hearing aid up. The monster waved it in front of Carlos's face, laughing the whole time. He pulled the hearing aid from the severed flesh and then popped the ear into his mouth, chewing enthusiastically. Carlos opened his mouth, knew he was screaming again, but could not hear himself without the hearing aid. Growling, he charged forward, hands raised to claw at his attacker's burned face. Freddy laughed harder as he kicked out with his booted foot, sending Carlos flying backwards. Carlos struck the hallway wall and crashed through out into space. He came down hard on a set of metal stairs and tumbled down to a hard concrete floor below. It was humid and hot. He smelled oil on the air. He picked himself up, wincing at the fresh pain in his back and legs, and looked around. He was no longer in the tenement building, nor was he outside it, despite being kicked through what should have been an exterior wall. Instead, he found himself in a basement or boiler room full of dirty machinery and steaming pipes. He looked around and didn't see Freddy anywhere. He had to find a way out. Carlos started walking, unaware that the dream demon capered mere feet behind him. Freddy waved the hearing aid, jumped, shouted insults. Carlos heard none of it. Finally, Freddy ran off down a small passageway. Carlos came to an intersection, took a left, and came out into an open space with catwalks spiraling away into the steaming dark above him. He turned in a circle, saw multiple paths, and was at a loss for what to do. Indecision paralyzed him. If only he could hear, then maybe he could get a clue as to where he was in the humid maze of industry. He lifted his hands over his head, his hands balled into tight fists, and shouted, "Give me my hearing back!" A figure appeared above him. It was Freddy, leaning over a catwalk railing. He dangled Carlos's hearing aid over the drop and then let it go. Carlos gasped, ran forward with his hands cupped to catch the falling instrument. He missed, and it bounced across the hard floor. He chased after it, scooped it up, and put it against the bloody hole where his ear once was. He sighed as the world's volume seemed to be turned back up. A split second later, his sighs turned to wells of agony as the hearing aid mutated into a spider-like creature that drilled its legs into the tender flesh on the side of his head. Sound grew, became a cacophony that battered against his brain. A fly buzzing 10 feet away was like a helicopter flying overhead. Steam rushing through pipes was like a waterfall. Carlos looked up and saw Freddy pull a straight pin out of his index finger and hold it to his lips. "Shh," he whispered, his voice loud as a shout to Carlos. Freddy released the pin. It whistled as it fell, growing louder and louder as it drew near the floor. Carlos ran forward, hands out, and managed to catch the pin a foot off the floor. He clutched it to his chest in relief and looked up with a smug look on his face. His expression turned to abject horror as he saw Freddy holding both hands out over the drop. Freddy turned them over, opened them, and released dozens of pins. The world was filled with the chorus of whistling that brought Carlos to his knees. There was no way he could catch them all. He covered his ears, tears streaming down his young face as the world exploded. The pins landed like semi-trucks, and oh, how Carlos shrieked. "Make it stop!" he cried. "Make it stop!" He felt wetness on his fingers, pulled his hands away from his head, and saw bright red blood from fresh bleeding on them. Movement behind him. Carlos turned and saw Freddy standing a foot away. How had he gotten down from the catwalk so fast? Apparently that wasn't the only magic trick he had in store for Carlos. Freddy reached up and produced a small chalkboard from thin air. He pulled the edges, stretched it from a foot square to double the size. There was a drawing of a stick figure holding the sides of its head in its stick hands. The words, "Bitch boy," were scrawled in an unsteady hand, and there was an arrow pointing from them to the figure. Freddy lifted his gloved hand and put the bladed index finger on the chalkboard. He drew the tip of the razor across the surface, filling the world with an unbearable screech that ruptured blood vessels and caused blood to squirt from Carlos's nose. Carlos wiped it away and then froze when he realized what the monster intended to do. "No," he whispered, his voice like a trumpet in his ears. "Yes," Freddy whispered back, putting the tips of all four blades to the chalkboard. Carlos covered his ears again, knowing that it would never be enough to save him from what was coming. Freddy began to move his fingers in small circles, the blades scratching and scratching. The pain was immense, total. Carlos knew nothing else, only that it hurt. Blood burst from his nose, his ears. His vision clouded as vessels exploded in his eyes, turning the whites a deep crimson. Blood fell like rain to the floor. It filled his throat, choking him. He felt white-hot agony pierce his head as his brain exploded inside his skull. He collapsed to the floor at Freddy's feet, brain matter oozing from his ears onto the floor. Freddy knelt beside him, took a handful of his hair, and lifted his head so that Freddy could stare into his sightless eyes. "Nice hearing from you, Carlos," Freddy said. He let the boy fall back to the dirty floor and strode away into the dark depths of the nightmare world in search of his next playmate. Chapter 13. Parents. Tracy took the stairs two at a time, her heart beating fast. She'd been calling Carlos's name for several minutes now, and she'd gotten no reply. She kept trying to tell herself that everything was okay, that they just got lost driving earlier, and that they weren't trapped. She told herself that Carlos was probably just sleeping somewhere with his hearing aid out of his ear and couldn't hear her calling. Plausible. Rational. Bullshit. She wasn't sure how she knew, but she was certain that something was very wrong. She reached the second floor landing and paused. A strange blue light was coming from the second door on the right of the hallway. As she watched, it faded away to nothing. She walked slowly forward, her fists clenched, ready to fight. She rushed through the door into the room and saw a rumpled sheet laying on top of a rusted bed spring. Carlos's hearing aid lay on the scuffed floor beside it. "Carlos?" she called, hoping against hope, knowing he was not there. The room was small and the closet doorless. She could see everything she needed to see from where she stood. She crossed to the bed spring and picked up the blankets, felt residual warmth from Carlos's body. He'd been there just moments ago. So where was he? She picked up his hearing aid and stuffed it into her pants pocket. She walked out and did a quick search of the rest of the rooms on the top floor. She found a bathroom, 2 more bedrooms, and a lot of trash, but no other sign of the boy. She ran back downstairs and found Spencer still sitting on the sagging sofa in the living room where she'd left him. His eyes were bloodshot, his stare vacant. The smell of good reefer hung like smog in the room. "I can't find Carlos," she said, pulling the hearing aid from her pocket and showing it to him. Spencer's eyes drifted to her for a moment, not really seeing her at all, and then moved back to the broken television in the corner. "Hey, man," Spencer said, sounding very much like Tommy Chong and Cheech Marin. "Do you see what's on this TV?" Tracy could have spit on the boy. That's what she got for depending on someone else.
She would do it herself. She spotted the van keys on top of the television, stalked over and snatched them up. "I'm taking the van to look for him," she said as she stormed from the room. Spencer didn't even notice her leaving. He was transfixed by the scene playing out on the broken screen. Dozens of teenagers and young children were pressing against the inside, desperate to get out, to escape the black place they were held. Someone pushed through the crowd to hammer on the screen with his fists. "Spencer!" Carlos shouted. "Don't fall asleep! Get out now! Run!" All the other children joined in the chorus, shouting and wailing for him to run away. Spencer giggled. "Carlos, we were just looking for you." "Spencer, open your eyes! Get up!" It was no use. The sweet Mary Jane had him in her arms, and Spencer closed his eyes, riding the high down into troubled sleep. The Sweet Home Orphanage's halls echoed with the ghosts of long-gone children and happier times. Maggie and John walked by empty dormitories filled with rows of empty beds, their mattresses rolled up and waiting for new kids that would never come. Maggie paused to study a black and white group photo that hung beside one door, shaking her head sadly. "We shouldn't have come here," she said. "We're supposed to be finding out about you, not some dead killer's child." "You might be talking about the same thing," John said. Maggie turned away from the photo and started walking along the hall again towards a door at the end of the passage that was open. Light spilled from it to paint the rug in a warm hue. "Look," she said, "this entire town is obsessing over this Kruger character. That doesn't mean you have to join them." "Do you remember what the guy said at the carnival earlier?" John asked, his eyes intense. "He was afraid of me. Why else would they be afraid of me? Why else would I still be alive when all the other teenagers are dead? And why else would I have been doing the research?" Maggie opened her mouth to reply, but they both stopped when they heard a woman's voice singing along to a children's song. "Skip, skip, skip to my loo, skip, skip, skip to my loo." It was coming from the lighted room ahead. They stepped to the door and walked inside. The woman was gray-haired, tending towards obesity, and dressed in an old dress that would have been in style in the 1960s. She was clapping and singing along with an old vinyl record that played on an even older phonograph. She gave no notice that she had seen the new visitors. All her attention was on the floor rug in front of her, where imaginary children sat listening to her with rapt attention. "Another one like the teacher at the high school," John muttered. "At least she doesn't have her eyelids stapled open," Maggie said. "Keep up, Jeffrey," said the woman, pointing towards one corner of the room. "Martha, no running. Everybody hold hands." Her eyes moved over the room and fixed on Maggie and John. She smiled and walked over to them. "Oh, you've come back. How nice." John returned her smile hesitantly. "Do you remember me?" "Of course I do, my boy," she said, giving him a gentle pat on his forearm. "I remember every one of my children." She turned her bright smile on Maggie and patted her hand. "Especially you. What a pretty girl you were." Maggie took a step back, her skin prickling where the woman had touched her. The woman turned to the room and started pointing. "And I remember you, and you, and you." "Do you remember the Kruger child?" John interrupted. "Of course," the woman said. "I told you, I remember all my children." Desperate, John took her hand, wheeling her back to lucidity. "Please tell me who it was." This was the wrong thing to ask, apparently, because the woman pulled her hand from his, her face stern.
We're not permitted to disclose a child's real identity." The light vanished from her eyes, and she turned back to conduct her imaginary students in another rousing chorus of Skip to My Lou. "That wasn't helpful at all," Maggie said as she turned and walked around the room. There was a little plaque on a desk in the corner that read, "Mrs. Gibbons." Behind this was several drawings and paintings that had been done by children. One caught her eye, and Maggie stepped behind the desk to take a closer look. It was more detailed than the others, though it lacked the usual bright colors favored by a happy and healthy child. The drawing was of a 2-story house with a blood-red door and a water tower in the background. The artist had signed their work. "John, come look at this," she called. He walked up behind her and read the name printed in a careful hand. K. Kruger. John reached out and ran a shaking finger over the inscription. Maggie noticed he was pale and had a thin sheen of sweat on his brow. "K. Kruger," he said. It could mean anything from Kevin to Kyle. Maggie put a hand on his shoulders and squeezed. "Careful, John. Don't get too worked up. All this means is that there was a child here with that name." "It's me," he said with an air of finality. "I'm his kid, and that's why I'm still alive. He's playing some kind of sick game with me." "Fred Krueger is dead," Maggie said, "and you are not his child." John wasn't buying it. "How do you know?" "That woman recognized me." Maggie raised one eyebrow as she glanced over to the woman who had changed from Skip to My Lou to Old MacDonald. She turned back to John. "That woman also remembered me and about 50 other imaginary playmates. Let's get out of here. This whole town needs a squadron of psychiatrists." She thought John would argue, but it seemed he thought he'd found out what he needed to know. Maggie glanced back at the drawing once more, wishing she could be satisfied as easily as he. The details of the house and water tower seemed to match those from her dreams. Who was this K. Kruger, and why were they drawing what appeared to be the same house from her dreams? Neither of them spoke, each lost in their own thoughts. They stepped out the orphanage's front door and were surprised to see a familiar van driving towards them. The van pulled to a stop at the curve and Tracy jumped out, looking frantic. "I can't believe I found you," she exclaimed. Maggie saw red. "What the hell are you still doing here?" The tears filling Tracy's eyes cooled Maggie's anger. She couldn't remember ever seeing the strong girl so vulnerable, even during therapy sessions when the girl went into detail about her abuse at the hands of her father. "I can't find Carlos," Tracy said, her voice breaking. "We tried to leave, but we kept getting lost, and now I can't find Carlos, and he doesn't have his hearing aid." She held out the small instrument for the others to see. John studied it with a knowing expression on his young face. "Where did you find that?" "It was on the floor beside a bed in an old house we were crashing in," Tracy responded. John grimaced. "Where's the other one? The blonde kid?" "Spencer? He's wasted back at the house." John moved towards the van, flung the back door open, and jumped inside. "Come on! We have to get to him before Freddy." Tracy followed to the van, frowning. "Who's Freddy?" "I'll tell you all about him on the way," John said as he shut the sliding door. Maggie looked at Tracy and shrugged. John might be losing it, but there was still Carlos to think about. They had to find him, get Spencer, and get out of Springwood before they all went mad. Maggie climbed in the passenger seat, and Tracy got behind the wheel. She cranked the van's engine and pulled away from the curb. Spencer thought there weren't many things in life more enjoyable than watching television while stoned. He'd heard that sex was, but he wouldn't know about that yet, so television was enough. It didn't really even matter what was on the screen. Nearly anything could be a gas when the weed was hitting. Take the show he was watching. It was some anti-drug commercial or infomercial, starring some teenage boy who was dressed like it was still 1984. His hair was moosed and hairsprayed perfectly. There was a name tag on his shirt, for some reason, that said, "Hi, my name is Glenn." "Okay," said Glenn, as he held up a frying pan full of crackling hot oil. "One more time. This is your brain." He held up 2 eggs and cracked them into the pan where they immediately began to cook. "This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?" "I've got one," said a voice off-screen. Glenn turned in time to see another frying pan come swinging through the camera's view to smash into his face. Glenn crumpled out of view and was replaced by a gnarly-looking dude dressed in red and green sweater and brown hat. His skin was raw and red as if he'd gotten the world's worst sunburn, say from a nuclear bomb or something like that. "I want to know what you're on. It looks like a frying pan and some eggs to me." "Radical," Spencer giggled. The man turned to the screen, staring directly at his audience. "Hey, Spencer, let's trip out." Music from the bad part of the 60s began to play, and the screen began to swirl into rainbow patterns that strobed and changed their shape like the images in a kaleidoscope. Spencer stood and walked closer, curious. He reached out a hand to touch the screen and was surprised when his fingers sunk through the screen. He tried to yank his hand back and found that he couldn't. He felt strong, steely fingers gripping his wrist. "Hey, man," he said, "let go." "In your dreams," replied the voice of the burned man from inside the television. "It's time you went home and took your medicine, boy." The grip on him tightened, and suddenly he was tumbling forward into the television screen. He passed through into a world of swirling colors, and the television screen went blank. 5 seconds later, Maggie, Tracy, and John burst through the front door. Too late. Much too late. Chapter 14. Spencer. Maggie, Tracy, and John ran into the decrepit living room and skid to a halt. Tracy looked around, kicked the sagging sofa in anger, sending plumes of ancient dust into the air. "Now he's gone too," Tracy moaned. John walked to the old couch and ran a hand over its lumpy cushions, felt residual warmth. "He must have fallen asleep." Maggie had to stifle a groan. They found themselves in an apparent episode of The Outer Limits. Her new patient's eccentricities appeared to be catching, because even she was beginning to question her reality, and 2 of the teenagers in her care were now missing without a trace. She did not have time to humor more of John's dream man bullshit. "I'll look downstairs," she said. "You 2 look up here and upstairs." "You're wasting your time," John said. "They aren't here anymore." She grabbed his arm and guided him towards the door of the foyer. "Just humor me and look." She didn't wait for him to agree. She walked towards the door beneath the stairs and disappeared through it. John turned to Tracy, but she was already halfway up the stairs to the 2nd floor. John shrugged and started his fruitless search of the 1st floor. Maggie descended into the dark, dusty basement and paused at the base of the stairs to look around. The moonlight streaming in through the ground floor window lit the space with an ethereal fairy light. She saw bare shelves festooned with cobwebs and dormant furnace to her left. There was nowhere for the 2 missing boys to hide. She was about to head back up when a sound stopped her cold, and she turned to the wall beside the stairs. She held her breath, waiting. The sound came again, a scratching, rattling sound as if someone were trying to scrape their way through the wall from the other side with a stone. Dust sifted down from the cracks that appeared before her very eyes, forming the shape of a door. She reached out a tentative hand to touch it,
and the door fell back into the wall, revealing a hidden room behind it. "Carlos?" she called, and then smirked at herself. Great thinking, Mags. He's deaf and doesn't have his hearing aid. "Spencer? Are you two in there?" No one answered her call. "Awesome," she said to herself. "Now what? You aren't going to do what I think you are you? Because that would be really, really dumb, and you are not a dumb woman." "I'm also a responsible, rational adult," she answered herself. "I have to take care of those kids." "So," she continued, "we are going to be dumb and go inside the creepy hidden room. Gotcha." She took a deep breath to still her racing heart and stepped inside. There appeared to be a small workshop. A table, mounted high with old tools, sat against one wall, and there was a cork board mounted above it. Several leather gloves hung from hooks on the board, though Maggie had never seen their like before. Each had been altered to serve a meaner purpose. One had small nails jutting from the tip of the fingers and knuckles. Another had fish hooks sticking from the tip of each finger. She stepped to the table and picked up an old edition of the Springwood Gazette and read the headlines in the dim light. Kruger to go free on technicality. She dropped the paper, reached for one of the gloves, and stopped halfway, letting her hand fall back to her side. Realization struck her like a ton of bricks. "This was Fred Kruger's house," she whispered to the dark. There was a set of stairs leading up to the right of the workbench. She crept to it and climbed up to a double set of wooden doors set into the roof of the passage. She pushed against them and felt them give a little. She pushed harder, heard grass tearing, and was finally able to force the doors open. She climbed out into a fenced-in backyard with a rusted swing set and long, desolate flower beds. She walked to the swing, pushed one, and listened to the squeak of the chains, felt flakes of maroon rust fall like snow on her hand. She turned, already sure what she would see. A familiar water tower blocked out her view of the stars. "It's my dream," she said. "It's real. I'm here." The swirling rainbow slowed, dimmed, came into focus around Spencer. He was sitting in the middle of a paved driveway in front of a large two-story house. Poor people would call it a mansion. Spencer called it hell. The front door swung open on its own, inviting the prodigal son home at last. Spencer stood, brushing himself off, and shot the house a bird. He'd escaped several times before, and he would escape again. No burned freak, no matter how amusing he might be, was going to force him to stay 1 second longer than he wanted to. Spencer turned his back on the house of bad dreams, started to walk down the driveway, and froze in mid-stride. His father was standing in the middle of the drive. He was dressed in the clothes he wore to play tennis, and he held a tennis racket in his hands. "Dad?" His father took a step closer, his hands grinding the racket's grip. Fire seemed to flicker in his dark eyes. "You thought you could get away from me?" his dad hissed, and Spencer was shocked to see a line of droll dribble down his dad's chin. It dangled, glistening in the moonlight like a string of diamonds. "You thought you could escape your responsibilities? Oh, how wrong you were, you little shit! Now it's time for your father to teach you a lesson. It's time I taught you how to be a man." "No, Dad, wait!" His dad charged, raising the racket over his head, and Spencer barely had time to lift his arms before it came down. The racket struck his forearms over and over, bruising him. Another blow, another. He felt warm wetness as blood began to flow, and still the onslaught continued. "Be a man!" his dad shouted, only the voice wasn't his own, but the voice of the burned man he'd seen on the television. "Be a man! Be a man!" Each exhortation was accompanied by another swing of the racket.
Spencer began to scream in pain and rage at the man who was beating him down, who had always beat him down with his cruel words, if not his fist. "Be like me! Be like me! Be like me!" "No!" Spencer cried, catching the racket and snatching it from his father. "I'm not like you! I don't want to be like you! I hate you!" Spencer swung the racket down with all his pent-up anger and hurt, cracking his father's forehead open. He hit the man once for every blow he dished out and for every word that brought harm since he was born. The racket came down and down. Blood flew, flesh parted, revealing the white bone beneath. Spencer hammered him until the bone shattered and the brain under it was pulp. His father collapsed to the driveway in a heap and grew still. "Be like me!" Spencer looked to his left in time to see his dad's doppelganger charging at him. Only this dad was 10 feet tall and muscled like Stallone. He swung a tennis racket the size of a motorcycle, backhanded, and sent Spencer flying through the night air. He looked up, saw the house drawing near. "Oh shit!" John shouted as the dining room wall exploded in front of him, disgorging Spencer onto the remains of the broken down dinner table. The blonde teenager rolled onto his back, his eyes still closed in sleep, and John saw dark purple bruises and fresh blood covering his arms below his shirt sleeves. The eyeballs under the lids rolled wildly in their sockets. He was still caught in the nightmare. "I found Spencer!" he called, running footsteps on the second floor and more coming from the basement. Suddenly, Spencer gargled deep in his throat and began to convulse. His stomach and chest compressed as if something heavy were being repeatedly dropped on him over and over again. "What the hell?" Tracy exclaimed as she entered the room and saw the state of her friend. "He's still dreaming," John said, going to his knees beside Spencer. Tracy joined him, and the two of them shook Spencer as hard as they could, shouting in his ears for him to wake up, but it was no use. "It's the damn weed he smoked," Tracy said. "He's too out of it." They heard a snap as one of Spencer's ribs cracked. His head jerked up, and he spit blood onto Tracy's shirt. She leaned back with tears in her eyes. "This is so fucked!" "What's happening to him?" Maggie asked as she ran in to join the others at Spencer's side. "Freddy has him trapped in a nightmare," John said. "And he's kicking the shit out of him," Tracy added. "Well, wake him up," Maggie said. "We can't," Tracy wailed. "The idiot smoked too much pot. He's wasted." She turned to John, her face intense. "You said Freddy is doing this? Then what you said is true? Freddy is real?" John stared at her for a second and then nodded. "Real? I gave up on reality when a dead child murderer started haunting my dreams." "Kick! Kick!" Maggie lifted Spencer's shirt and they all gasped. His ribs and stomach were a quilt of black bruising and red hemorrhages. He had to be bleeding internally. "He can't take much more of this," Maggie sobbed, her tears falling thick on the unconscious boy's upturned face. "We have to get him out." John stood up, his jaw set. "I'll go into his dream and pull him out before he gets killed." "That's crazy!" Maggie shouted. Suddenly, Spencer levitated off the floor and flew into the roof hard enough to crack the plaster, stayed pinned to the ceiling for a full second, and then crashed back down on the floor. "I'm talking crazy?" John said, pointing. "Then what do you call that, rational?" Spencer scooted across the floor, out into the hallway as if he were being dragged by his feet, and Maggie chased after him. John and Tracy heard each thump as Spencer was dragged up the stairs and his head bounced off each riser. Tracy grabbed handfuls of her hair, pulling, frantic. "He's getting trashed!" "I have to go in," John said. "What about Freddy?" Tracy asked. "He won't hurt me," John replied with a grim smile on his face. "I'm family." "How are you supposed to go in?" John picked up a plank of wood that once was part of the dining room table and handed it to her. "I'm too keyed up to fall asleep. You'll have to put me in. Lay me out." "What?" "Come on, we don't have time for this," John said. "Lay me out now." Tracy lowered the plank, shaking her head. "Wait a minute. Doc taught me an easier way. You just There's no time!" he shouted, slapping her across the face. That did the trick. Tracy growled and swung the makeshift club sideways, hitting John in the temple and sending him tumbling onto the floor. To John, it felt like he fell through the floor and down through empty space. He turned over, saw shapes coming towards his face, and closed his eyes against the coming pain. He landed hard, rolled onto his side, and took in his surroundings. Hot steam hissed from rusted pipes. Water dripped from above to form oily puddles on the concrete floor. Huge furnaces belched orange flames from open grates. He was in Freddy's boiler room. He heard laughter and tortured screams coming from somewhere nearby. John got to his feet and started towards the noise. Spencer's entire body was agony. He lay in a crumpled heap on the second-floor landing of his father's home. He coughed spasmodically, and the pain from his broken ribs caused the world around him to blur. There was peace in the middle of the darkness, and he chased after it, and the end oblivion would bring. "No, sir," said his huge father. "I'm not done with your lesson yet, boy." White-hot fire exploded in his hand, bringing the world back into focus. Spencer looked and saw a huge booted foot grinding his already shattered fingers into paste. "Hey, Spencer," said his father, "watch this." His dad raised his right hand and flourished a bladed glove. He held up his index finger, razor, and touched it to the top of his head, pressing the tip into his scalp. He drew the razor down the middle of his face and all the way down to his belly button. He reached up, taking hold of the flaps, and ripped the skin off his upper body, revealing the burned visage of Freddy Krueger underneath. "Surprise!" Freddy said as he threw the discarded flesh away and then kicked Spencer again. Spencer didn't have the strength left to utter more than a low moan. His entire body was bruised and broken. Blood flowed from a dozen wounds. He held up his hand with its crooked fingers and whispered, "Please, no more." Freddy gave a wicked laugh. "We're just getting started." "Oh God," Spencer thought, and closed his swollen eyes. The sound of violence was very close. John turned a corner and saw Tracy descending gently to the floor in a flash of white light. She shrugged. "I told you I knew an easier way. Concentration and meditation, just like Doc said." John started to reply, and then Spencer gave another loud shriek. They ran, Tracy pulling away from the slower boy, and skidded around a bulbous furnace into a wide open area at the top of a steep set of iron stairs. Spencer lay on his back, pinned to the ground by Freddy's foot, planted in his stomach. The killer held the teenager's shoeless foot in his burned hand, and Tracy could see that his big toe was missing. "This little piggy stayed home," Freddy sing-songed as he lopped off another digit with his razor-sharp finger blades. "This little piggy had roast beef." Chop another. "Stop it, you freak!" Tracy screamed. Freddy stopped counting Spencer's piggies and turned his hideous yellow and red eyes on her. "Look who it is. It's Daddy's little girl. Hold on. I haven't forgotten about you. I'll be right with you after I finish what I started." He lifted Spencer's limp form from the floor and dangled him over the steep stairs. Spencer just looked at him through eyelids mostly swollen shut. "Bye, Spencer," Freddy said, flinging the boy down the stairs. Maggie stood on the second-floor landing, clutching Spencer's ankle with all her fading strength. He was floating above the top riser, his body covered in wounds that she'd watched appear out of nowhere. She heard a rustling, glanced past him down the stairs, and saw the foyer rug roll itself back to reveal a black pit where the floor should have been. She saw the flicker of orange flames from its depths, and then felt a sharp tug and realized she'd lost her grip on the teenager's ankle. "Spencer!" she screamed, watching helplessly as he flew through the air and vanished into the pit. There was an explosion of bright blue light, and then the pit was gone, leaving bare floorboards where it was. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she slumped to the floor, silently whispering his name over and over again. Blue light streamed across the boiler room from the stairs and crashed into Freddy, who swelled with orgasmic delight. "Oh, it's good to be back in business, thanks to you." The dream demon pointed one bladed finger at John and chuckled. He glanced over at Tracy and licked his lips. "I can't wait to play with you. Daddy's—" "Shut the fuck up!" Tracy shouted. She charged forward, reared back, and kicked Freddy in the balls. He bent over, gasping and coughing. Tracy kicked out again, but this time her leg passed straight through Freddy, as if she were a ghost. "What the—" The world around her turned to shadow, and then she felt frantic hands shaking her. She opened her eyes and saw Maggie staring down at her with tears on her cheeks. Tracy sat up and looked around, getting her bearings. She was on the dining room floor beside the broken table and John's limp form. "Spencer is gone," Maggie said. "He fell through the fucking floor. I couldn't stop it." "I know," Tracy said, getting to her feet. "John and I saw it happen in the dream. He's still in there." "I can't wake him up," Maggie said. "I tried, but it did no good." Tracy nudged John's foot with her toe, then kicked it hard. There was no reaction. "Crap," she muttered. "I think I hit him too hard." Maggie frowned at Tracy, her brow furrowed. What did you say?" "Nothing," Tracy replied. "Listen, we can't stay here. What are we gonna do?" Maggie thought for a second, and then knelt and picked up John's feet. "We are going to pick him up and get the fuck out of here. That's what we're going to do." Chapter 15, John's Final Trip. John came awake with the cry, clutching his sweaty pillow and sheets to him. The nightmare house was gone, replaced by a teenage boy's bedroom complete with posters of bikini-clad supermodels and rock bands. Someone had left a bottle of lotion on the bedside table, beside a huge pile of stiff, crusty socks. "Gross," he said. He climbed from the bed and stared at the curtains pulled shut over the window. A memory came to him, and he realized that this was his bedroom. He couldn't quite remember his real name, but he was sure of this, and one more thing. There was something about the window. He saw vague images of a vast void filled with stars and shuddered. He crossed the room slowly, holding his breath. He gripped the curtains and yanked them open, to see a pleasant lawn of green grass and the street in front of the house. There was no nightmare, no black void. He let the curtains close and walked out of the room, down the hallway and out the front door. He paused on the front step and took a deep breath. He stepped out onto the yard, and the ground fell away beneath him. He screamed and screamed as he fell through clouds towards the twinkling lights of Springwood far below. He closed his eyes and waited for the impact, and landed on his bed in his bedroom. He sat up, looking around, and then leaned back against the headboard with his legs crossed. "Not again," he laughed. "He's not going to get me again. Nothing is going to get me off this bed." Or so he thought. There was a flash and the scent of smoke on the air, and then bright orange flames crackled to life at the foot of the mattress. "I hate this house," John said. He jumped from the bed and back towards the corner, staring in wonder. In a matter of seconds, the fire had gone from a small flicker to a raging inferno that involved the carpet and walls. The whole house would go up at this rate. "Screw you, Freddy," he said, turning and jumping from the window. He fell and fell and fell. Clouds parted below him, and once again he saw the twinkling lights of Springwood. They seemed static, like he was not rushing to meet them, but the howling wind in his ears told him the truth. What would it be this time? Would he fall back into the bedroom over and over again, stuck in an endless cycle of torments? Would it be the nightmare house or the steamy boiler room? He felt pressure on his shoulders and looked to see that he was wearing a backpack of some kind. A string flapped from the left shoulder strap, a note attached to it that read, "Pull me." Why the hell not, he thought. What's the worst that could happen? He reached across with his right hand, counted to 3, and pulled. Maggie drove like a maniac along the winding 2-lane road, leaving the lights of Springwood behind. Tracy sat beside her in the van's front passenger seat. She was leaning over into the rear compartment, her hand on the sleeping teenage boy. Maggie took a curve on 2 wheels and sighed with relief. The sign marking the city limit of Springwood came into view. They were safe. They were going to make it. John jerked once, and then his body lifted off the compartment floor. He hit the van roof and passed through it, as if he were only mist and smoke. "Shit, John!" Tracy shouted. Maggie looked in the rearview mirror and saw he was gone. She slammed on the brakes, stopping 10 yards shy of the town limit. John felt like shouting for joy as he gently drifted on the night air beneath the parachute. Its mere presence gave him hope that there really was a way out of the mess he was in. Surely the parachute saving him from falling into whatever Freddy had waiting for him down below didn't serve the Dream Demon's purpose. And if it didn't serve his purpose, whose purpose did it serve? Was there another entity or force that set itself against the murderer? Another being of power that had saved him? He was beginning to think there was, and that was an encouraging thought. Wicked laughter rang out, and John looked up to see Freddy floating inside his parachute. Freddy threw John a wave, and then descended on him like a spider climbing down its web. He arrested his fall by grabbing the fabric straps connecting John to the parachute with his bare hand. He grabbed John's throat with the gloved hand and yanked the boy's face close to his. John nearly gagged at the fetid stench of the killer's breath. "Hiya, sport," Freddy said. "How's it hanging?" "I'm not afraid of you," John hissed, terrified. "I know who I am now." "Oh, really? Do tell." "I know why you let me go when you killed all the rest of the Springwood children," John said. "Oh, do you think I'm your daddy?" Freddy asked. "Wrong!" He released his grip on John's throat and started sawing through the strap over John's left shoulder. The fabric parted and John felt himself falling faster. Fear flooded through him as he realized that it wasn't another entity that had given him the parachute. It had been Freddy, and this was the evil creature's plan the entire time. "But you let me live!" John cried. Freddy put a blade to the remaining strap. "Just long enough for you to bring me back my daughter. And now she's gonna take me to a whole new playground." "No!" said John. "Yes!" said Freddy, lifting his glove and swinging it down. The straps separated, and John plummeted towards the ground, where he could see another Freddy pushing a large cart onto the road. Moonlight gleamed on dozens of foot-long sharp spikes that stuck up from the cart. Freddy looked up, calculated, and moved the cart a foot to the right. Just perfect. "Grounded!" Freddy called. Maggie and Tracy jumped from the van, looking around frantically for any sign of their wayward cohort. There, Tracy said, pointing to a shape laying in the center of the road 20 yards away. They ran to him, went to their knees, not caring if their skin was torn by the rough blacktop. Maggie reached to touch him and screamed when blood erupted from dozens of places all over his body, as if he'd been stabbed all over at the same time. He opened his eyes, awake at last, and coughed thick blood onto his punctured chest. Maggie wanted to help him, to stop the bleeding before it was too late. But what wound should she press on? All of the wounds were fatal. "John," she said, fresh tears in her eyes. Was wrong," he gasped, choking on his last breath. "It wasn't a boy." He tried to say something else, but he was out of chances and out of time. His head fell back against the cracked road, and he died. A second later, he was engulfed in bright blue light, and then he disappeared. Freddy stood in the center of the dream road howling with mirth as the boy who was born with the name Ed and died with the name John's soul was sucked into his body. Behind him, the sign welcoming newcomers to Springwood was changing. The population number was crossed out and rewritten in blood, minus one more life. When John's light was gone, Freddy turned and watched Maggie and Tracy scrambling back into the van and peeling away towards the town line. They crossed it, and the horizon shattered like a pane of glass as the dream barrier trapping Freddy and Springwood was broken. He smiled in triumph as the lights of a new city became visible just over the surrounding hills. "It's traveling time," he said. He seemed to shrink down and collapse into himself. There was a flash of light, not pure blue light like the souls of his victims, but a dark crimson glow that spoke of illness and evil. The light shot forward, passed over the town limits, and through the back of the van. It hit the back of Maggie's head and vanished inside. She swerved slightly, shook her head to clear it, and drove on, not knowing she had become a new Typhoid Mary, not knowing that she carried a plague more virulent and deadly than any that had come before. Somewhere deep inside her, a monster began to laugh. Chapter 16. Altered Realities. The early morning sun was peeking over the horizon, coloring the sky in brilliant hues of pink, orange, and blue. The beauty of the scene was entirely lost on the van's two occupants as Maggie pulled it into a parking spot outside the shelter and killed the ignition. They sat in stunned silence for a moment, listening to the steady tick of the cooling engine. So much had changed in so short a time. The world was so much bigger and full of newly discovered dark corners and recesses where shadowy things waited with sharp tooth and claw. Finally, it was the teenage girl who shattered the silence. She turned two wide eyes on Maggie and asked, "What the fuck are we supposed to say when they start asking questions about Carlos, Spencer, and John?" Maggie stared through the dusty windshield at the spray painted adorning the shelter's facade, hoping that the street art might coalesce into an answer. It did not. She put her hands on the dashboard and began to claw at it absent-mindedly. "We'll tell them you, Carlos, and Spencer followed me to Springwood, and that Carlos, Spencer, and John ran away. Anything else and they'll lock us both up. I need time to think." Tracy studied the older woman's hands for a moment and then put her own on them, stopping the digging before Maggie's fingernails broke and began to bleed. "Listen, whatever happened, it wasn't your fault." Maggie nodded to Orderly Kelly, who had stepped out of the shelter's front door and was watching them, with his hands on his hips. "I wonder if he and the others will see it that way." The conversation went both better and much worse than Maggie expected. They were sitting in one of the counseling rooms on the ground floor, Kelly sitting quietly with his arms crossed over his broad chest as she spun her wild tale. He stared at her, his eyebrows crawling further and further up his forehead until she was sure they would just disappear into his hairline. He stared without speaking, listening intently until her words ran out, and she sat staring back, waiting for his response. Kelly leaned back in his seat, with the air of someone trying to decide if he was in on the joke or the brunt of it. "What the hell are you talking about?" Maggie frowned in confusion. "I'm talking about Carlos Spencer and the John Doe. They were all here yesterday." Kelly uncrossed his arms and stood with a laugh. "I think you've been handling too many cases, Maggie. I handle the paperwork for every new intake we receive. We've never had those kids here, and I would have remembered any new arrivals." Maggie stood and joined the orderly by the door, blocking his way before he could walk out into the hallway and away from her. "What do you mean? You know each of those kids? Hell, you took a pipe bomb from Spencer's property yesterday morning. You brought John Doe to see me 48 hours ago. You have to remember something, anything." Kelly paused, his brow furrowed in thought, and Maggie thought she saw the faintest light go on behind his dark eyes. "I do remember something," he said, "but it was only a dream." "A dream?" "Yeah," Kelly said, laughing again. "I only just remembered it. It was about some kids like the ones you described. I don't remember their names, though. Anyways, it was just a dream. Will you excuse me? I need to make a round." "Just a dream, right," Maggie said as she stepped aside, her mind a whirl of fear and confusion. How could it be that no one remembered the 3 lost boys? How could something be so sinister and powerful that it could wipe their very existence from the world after it snuffed out their lives? This train of thought led her to another. What did that evil thing have planned for the rest of them? She felt tears prick her eyes and fought to hold them back. That wasn't the place. Not there in front of the shelter's residents and her co-workers. She turned down the hallway, striding fast, not caring if people looked at her strangely, only caring that they not see her fall completely apart. She reached her office, slammed the door behind her, and turned the light on. She stood panting in the yellow glow from the bulb, her long hair damp with sweat, her cheeks wet with tears that fell whether she wanted them to or not. She stepped towards her desk, needing the normalcy that came with sitting behind it, needing something to anchor her sanity to the insane world spinning out around her. The light flickered, bringing intermittent darkness that was not empty. Light, dark, the sound of breathing behind her. Maggie turned, shaking like a leaf, to stare at the pale visage of John. He stood in the corner, his clothes caked with dried blood, his skin the pallid color of a corpse. The light came on and he vanished. It went off and he was there again. Something cold gripped her heart as she watched him lift one hand and point at her with an accusatory finger. "It's not a boy," he rasped in a dead voice. The light came on and stayed on, banishing the ghost and every trace that he'd been there. Except Maggie crept forward on shaking knees that threatened to spill her to the carpet and knelt down where he stood. A single drop of red blood stained the pile. And then we get back and no one remembers Carlos, Spencer, or John, Tracy said. It's like they never existed. But I've been hearing some strange shit, like some of the kids dreamed about Carlos but don't remember him. I remember him, Doc Cotto said. I remember all of them. They were seated on the couch in his office, he sipping from a cup of hot tea, she nursing a steaming cup of fresh coffee. The smells mingled with the earthy scent of the incense burning on the corner of his desk to create a thick, pleasant aroma that calmed Tracy's nerves. Why do you remember? She asked. Because I'm in control of my dreams, and I can't be fooled by this thing you saw. The thing has a name, Maggie said as she walked into the room and plopped down between them on the sofa. It's Freddy. John kept trying to warn us about him, but I didn't listen. What did he look like? Doc asked. Maggie considered for a second and then pointed to the painting of the dream demons on the wall. He looked like a burned man, but he felt like... He made me feel the same way I feel when I look at them. Doc looked where she was pointing and then nodded, as if that made perfect sense to him. Whatever he is, he's fucking with the line between dreams and reality. He didn't just kill Carlos and the others, he erased them. This can't be happening, Maggie said, running a hand through her disheveled hair. Shit like this can't possibly exist. What if we're the ones who don't exist and all of this is Freddy's dream? Tracy asked, her voice small and timid. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears. You know better than that, Doc said, putting his arm around the teenager's shoulders and giving her a squeeze. You're stronger than that. Strong? Tracy asked. She looked to the painting and the 3 monstrous worms that crawled over the stone gate. Maybe, but are we strong enough to deal with something like that? Outside the shelter, a small dog sat on the cracked sidewalk watching 2 young boys playing with little toy cars on the edge of the parking area. It sniffed, smelling the musky scent of children at play, and something else underneath that stung its nose. It stood, pacing back and forth, and then yelped when the concrete beneath its paws blazed with scalding heat. The 2 boys stopped playing and watched curiously as the little dog ran away howling with its tail between its legs. Smoke or steam rose from the place where it had stood a moment ago. They walked over and froze when they saw the figure of a man appearing on the sidewalk. His face was a burned brown, his eyes glowing yellow. He wore a brown hat and a red and green sweater, and there was a bladed glove on his right hand. The figure seemed to be frozen in mid-wave. The words, 1-2, Freddy's coming for you, appeared over the drawing. They stared for a moment, and then looked to each other with an unspoken question in their gazes. Each understood it was time to be somewhere else. They ran off after the little dog. Neither would play there ever again. Chapter 17. It's Not a Boy. The arc sodium streetlights cast a Halloween jack-o'-lantern glow over the street outside Maggie's mother's house. Maggie parked in the driveway and jumped out, standing in the orange glow and trying to calm her frayed nerves. All she wanted was to charge into the house and let her mother have it. She wanted to give vent to all her fears and confusion for all the years with the recurring dream. Her mother could have given her some insight, could have suggested where it might stem from, but no. Instead, she had made the choice to keep secrets, the biggest secret she could possibly keep. Maggie had once had a different mother, and a different father. Fear and anger won out over rationale and calm. She jogged up the driveway to the front door of the cute one-story home and knocked on the door. She waited, listening, but there was no answer. She knocked again. Nothing. She dug into her pocket and pulled a set of keys out, fished through them until she found the one she was looking for, and let herself in. The lights were off. Her mother wasn't home. She made her way through the dark home, turning all the lights on as she went. She started with the closet off the living room, throwing things aside, not bothering to put them back. She found old tax documents, letters, and keepsakes from Maggie's school years. She moved on to her mother's bedroom, paused in the doorway. The room smelled of flowers. The curtains and bedspread were golden and patterned with a matching fleur-de-lis. There was an antique wooden footlocker at the foot of the bed. Maggie went to it and rummaged through the papers and photograph albums inside. She stopped for 1 second to stare at a picture of her and her mother at her 8th birthday party. She flipped through the entire album. There were no pictures of her at a younger age, no photo of her birth. Why would there be? After all, her mother wasn't there for it. She turned away from the footlocker and moved across the room to the closed closet door. She opened it and stepped inside. The scent of her mother engulfed her. It was lavender and roses, all soft and sweet. Mallory Burnham was all those things, soft and sweet, a caring mother. A part of Maggie knew that Mallory had kept the secret out of love. If her father was who she thought he was, Mallory had kept the secret to protect Maggie. Shouldn't that take the sting of the lie away? The emotional monster raging through Maggie's brain shouted that it did not, that the lie was a betrayal. Maggie looked around the closet and froze. A brown manila folder sat on a shelf above the hanging clothes, its edges curled by frequent handling and long years. She reached up and pulled the folder off the shelf. The cover felt smooth on her fingertips, like tanned leather, like tanned human skin, she thought with a shudder. Where had that morbid thought come from? She shook her head to clear it and opened the folder. A thin stack of papers lay inside, the heading of the first page reading Record of Adoption. A wallet-sized black and white photograph of a little girl with pigtails was attached to the documents. Maggie didn't need a color picture to know that the ribbons were red and the hair dark. Those ribbons were my favorites, she recalled as she ran a finger over the photo. Maggie? She turned with the file held out in front of her and stared at her mother standing in the open bedroom door with her purse dangling by its strap from one hand. The look of confusion on her face changed to shock when she realized what Maggie was holding. "Oh my," Mallory said. She let the purse fall to the floor and grabbed the door frame to steady herself. "Max, please put that down. I can explain." Maggie lifted the folder higher and glanced at the photo of the unsmiling girl. "Why didn't you tell me?" "There was no reason to tell you," Mallory said. "That place you came from was bad. You didn't need to know about it. You had me. I'm your mother." Maggie almost threw the folder into her mother's face. "I had lies. My whole life is a lie." Color drained from Mallory's face, and she stumbled over to the bed and sank down onto it before she could fall on her face on the carpet. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and Maggie knew she'd hurt her badly. "Maggie, I love you," Mallory said. "That's not a lie. What we are to each other, that's not a lie. I may not have given birth to you, but you are my daughter, and I am your mother. I will always be your mother, no matter what that file says." Some of the anger fled from Maggie. A part of her wanted to go to her mom and hold her and tell her everything was okay. Another part of her knew that there were more important things at the moment. "I want to know who they were," Maggie said. Mallory shook her head. "Who they were is not important. Mom, please, I have to know." The tears spilled over Mallory's lashes and ran down her cheeks. She had to look away from Maggie's face, afraid that the intensity of her stare might burn her like the sun. Mallory looked down at her hands clasped on her lap. The adoption agency doesn't tell you. All I know is that it was a terrible place." Maggie walked over and grabbed her mother's chin, lifted it firmly so that they were staring into each other's eyes. "Don't lie to me again. You know who they were." "There were rules about no contact," Mallory said. "Oh, there's been contact," Maggie said, letting her mother go. "There's been that damn dream for 20 years. You should have told me." "That damn dream?" Mallory muttered. "Stop talking about that damn dream." Maggie knew she wasn't going to get any more from her mother. She held the file to her side and walked towards the bedroom door. Mallory rose to her feet, one hand held out as if to hold Maggie in place. "Wait, where are you going?" Maggie paused at the threshold. "I don't have time to talk anymore. I have to go." "Where? Please, stay here and let's talk through this. Maggie, wait!" It was no good. Maggie was already halfway down the hall. Outside, the night sky was dark with blooming, malignant clouds. Lightning flashed, lighting them from inside with witch light. The rolling thunder sounded like deep, wicked laughter. Flesh met canvas over and over again in a controlled onslaught. Tracy was a lioness, all power and fierce beauty as she danced around the heavy bag and pounded it with furious kicks and punches, each harder than the one before. Doc Cotto held the bag and watched her with his usual grin on his handsome face, unperturbed by the savageness of the attack. Punch, kick, punch, punch, punch. Tracy's fist punctured the canvas, sending little puffs of yellow stuffing floating down to the gym floor. She yanked her hand out with a grunt, and armed sweat from her forehead. Doc studied the damage and then walked over to a locker and pulled out a roll of silver electrical tape. "You look like you're getting ready to kill somebody," he said as he pulled a length of the tape from the roll and began to wrap it around the punching bag. "I'm getting ready to defend myself," she replied. She moved to one wall where a speed bag hung on a rusted hook and began to alternate left and right jabs in a steady rhythm. "Okay, Mike Tyson," Doc said, laughing. "You know you'd make one hell of a boxer. I'd hate to square off against you in the ring." A second passed, and a shadow seemed to come over Doc's face. The laughter died on his lips as he walked over and leaned against the wall near the speed bag. Tracy stopped punching and looked at him, both solemn, both on edge. "It's your mind he'll go after," Doc said. "Your fear." "I know," she said, resuming her punches. "It's like this. Physical discipline breeds mental strength. At least I hope it does. What else do I have against something like Freddy?" "All we can do is have faith," he said. "I trust that the bastard has rarely ever come across someone as tough and ready as you. I think he's going to be in for a surprise." Chapter 18, Daddy Dearest. The water tower gleamed pure white over the treetops as little Maggie Burnham ran around her swing set. She howled with laughter as she looked back over her shoulder at her daddy, who was all legs and grabbing fingers. "I'm gonna get you," he called, laughing himself. His hair was blonde, his nose long over thin lips that had a sarcastic slant to them. His eyes were as blue as the sky, and Maggie thought she could just fall into them and swim in them like the ocean. She rounded her mom's flower bed, trying to escape. That was when the scream came. Maggie and her daddy stopped and turned towards the cellar doors to see Loretta Kruger climbing out, her face gray, her eyes wide and terrified. Loretta Kruger, her real mother. She looked up at the stiff frame of Fred Krueger, her father, and felt a prickle of fear. Mommy had gone down into Daddy's private place. Daddy had made them both swear to never go down there. "Fred, please!" Loretta wailed. She fell to her knees and clasped her hands together, begging, "I won't tell! I'd never tell!" Fred stepped closer to her, his long fingers clenching and unclenching at his sides. His beautiful blue eyes changed, as if a storm cloud had come over them, banishing every bit of warmth until only anger and hatred remained. "We need to talk, Loretta," Fred said. He never took his eyes off his wife as he said to Maggie, "Go inside, honey." Maggie took one more look at her mommy and then walked towards the cellar stairs. Loretta tried to call out for her to stay, but a quiet hiss from Fred caused her to grow deathly still and quiet. "I won't tell," Loretta moaned. Fred said something else, but Maggie wasn't able to make out the words. She heard a slap and a muffled cry of pain, and then a strange gagging sound. Maggie walked down the stairs into the coal cellar, glad that the distance robbed the noises of some of their power. She stopped at the foot of the stairs and looked around. This was her daddy's workroom, his private place, his secret place. Mommy was in trouble for going in there, and now she would be in trouble too. She saw a workbench covered in tools and several leather gloves with knives and spikes attached to them. One glove had 4 knives protruding from each finger, their blades covered in dried red stains. There were several newspaper articles hanging on the wall beside the bench and corkboard above, each clipping detailing the disappearance or murder of a local teenager or child. There were many articles. Suddenly the choking sounds turned to heavy thuds, and Maggie turned and ran back up the cellar stairs. She reached the top and froze. The backyard and the water tower were gone, replaced by a humid, dirty space full of leaking pipes and roaring boilers. She looked down at herself and realized her surroundings weren't the only thing that had undergone a change. She still wore the little dress, but the body beneath was undoubtedly her adult body. She reached up and felt the red ribbons holding her hair up in pigtails. What in the... Harsh laughter rang out over the pounding and grunting, and there was another sound as well, a rapid clicking sound. She looked to her left and gasped. An antique armchair sat in the center of an alcove facing away from her, and there was a Super 8 movie projector sitting on a small lampstand beside it. The clicking came from the projector as a film strip ran rapidly through its reels. The pounding and grunting sounds came from the movie being projected on the alcove wall, and the laughter came from the man sitting in the chair watching. Maggie glanced at the screen, saw the unburned living Fred Krueger standing over his wife Loretta, his hands around her throat. Her body was limp, her face purple, and yet he still strangled her and pounded her head against the ground again and again. "I just love home movies," Freddy said as he got up from the chair and turned to face Maggie. Gone were the deep blue eyes and blonde hair. The demon that stared at her watched her with yellow, inhuman eyes from a scarred and scorched face. "Freddy," Maggie said. "Catherine," Freddy said. He reached behind his back and pulled out a familiar child's drawing. Maggie realized it was the one that she and John found taped to the orphanage wall, the one signed K. Krueger. "You were such a little artist," Freddy said, taking a few steps closer to her. Maggie had to fight with her fear to stand her ground in the face of his ruinous visage. "No," she said defiant. "It can't be. I know who I am. I know who I am." "You're my blood. Only you could have brought me out of Springwood in your mind," he said, tapping the center of her forehead with one charred finger. Maggie couldn't hide the shudder that ran through her at his touch. "You can't be my father." "Why not?" he asked, black drool slipping from the corner of his mouth and running down his chin. You don't think we look alike? To tell you the truth, we never did. You always did take after your bitch of a mother. No, I am your father." He walked across to an emergency exit door that had appeared in the previously bare wall and put his palm on it. Smoke hissed as the door burned his dead flesh, filling the alcove with the pungent stench of cooking human meat. "They took you away from me," he said with real anger in his voice. "But I made them pay. I took all their children. Every last Springwood child. But that's all over now." He shoved the exit door open. Instead of another part of the boiler room, Maggie saw the familiar parking lot and street that set in front of the shelter. Freddy smiled at the sight. "It's time to start all over again." Maggie stared for a moment in horror as she realized exactly what the monster was talking about. "No, you can't!" she shouted. "This isn't Springwood. These people haven't done anything to you." "This may not be Springwood, but every town has an Elm Street," he said, laughing. He stepped forward through the open door, and it clanged shut behind him with an air of finality and doom. Maggie Burnham, the woman once named Catherine Kruger, sat up in her bed with the scream choking her. It was real, all impossibly real. John had been right all along. Freddy Krueger had killed every child in Springwood, and now he had been loosed on Central City, all because of her. Where would he start? Why? With unfinished business, of course. The image of the shelter's parking lot seen through the open emergency exit swam into her mind, followed by another image. Tracy, all alone now that her two friends were gone. All alone save for Maggie and Doc. And neither she nor Doc knew that the dream demon was freed from his prison. She kicked the sweat-soaked sheets off of her and scrambled for her dresser, throwing on the first pieces of clothing she touched. She grabbed her keys and sprinted from the room, her heart hammering in her chest, Tracy's name on her lips. Chapter 19. Tracy Fights Back. Tracy stood at the sink in the communal bathroom shared by all of the girls at the shelter. She stared at herself in the large mirror hung on the wall, took in her blonde hair tied back in a no-nonsense ponytail and her long, smooth legs below the hem of her t-shirt. Behind her, the 3 toilet stalls sat vacant, their doors closed. A strange scent hung on the air, not your typical bathroom smell, but one more akin to the smell of the slaughterhouse, half a mile up the road from her grandmother's house. It was the smell of spilled blood and rotten meat. Maybe a rat died in the walls or something, she thought as she bent to splash water on her face. She heard the creak of a stall door opening behind her and stood back up. The bathroom reflected in the mirror was gone, replaced by a dirty, run-down kitchen with peeling linoleum floors and chipped formica countertops. A door to the right of the stove was open, and Tracy could see a short hallway beyond, and the light of a television flickering on one wall. She turned around, hoping it was all in her head, and found it was not. The bathroom had vanished, and presumably the shelter with it, to be replaced by a ghost from Tracy's past. Shit, she thought as old fears rose up inside of her, threatening to paralyze her and leave her a quivering, blubbering mass curled up on the floor. Not here, I can't be back here. "Tracy girl," called a voice from down the hall, sending a spike of pain through her chest. "Daddy's home." "Daddy?" she whispered, crossing her arms protectively over her breast. You're dead." A large figure stepped out of the television room into the hallway. The face was in shadow, but she didn't need to see it to know who was coming towards her. She would know those rounded shoulders and that duck waddle anywhere.
because she saw it in her nightmares most nights. "I'm home, darling," he said, his voice somehow bubbly as if it issued from vocal cords loosened by decay. He shambled forward like a zombie from a George Romero fright flick. The light from the kitchen fell on his legs, the gray flesh of his stomach that hung below the hem of his food-stained t-shirt. Sickly green mold grew in the sagging bowl of his belly button. She saw his hands with their yellow, too long fingernails. They clenched and unclenched rapidly, pawing at the air in anticipation of pawing at her. She turned back to the sink, which had changed from the bathroom sink at the shelter into the rusted old sink from the crappy tract house she'd shared with this monster she called father. There was a towel to her left, a toaster to her right. She picked them up and quickly tied the towel around the toaster, fashioning a makeshift weapon. He was in the kitchen now. She could track his approach by the sound of his shuffling footsteps on the floor. Her skin crawled as if bugs lived and squirmed beneath it. That was how he made her feel, as if insects writhed under her flesh. She heard him loosening his belt, the rasp of his zipper being undone. Then she felt his fat fingers caressing her shoulders. They were wet, slimy with his sweat or some other awful fluid. It was like having slugs crawling down her bare back. "Come say hello," he crooned into her ear. His breath was icy on her skin, and it smelled like chunky, curdled milk. Tracy felt tears falling down her cheeks and hated herself for it. "I don't want to, Daddy," she whimpered. The fingers slid lower on her shoulder blades, her spine. "Come on," he cajoled. "Give Daddy some honey." The cold starfish hands were at her lower back. Soon they would reach her waist, and then... "No one has to know." Something snapped inside her, and Tracy spun around and landed a palm heel strike to his bulbous nose. Black blood squirted from the nostrils, and she saw that there were little white worms twisting and turning in the fetid fluid. She kicked him in the stomach, the groin, the face. She pummeled him, not realizing that she was screaming. "You're not my daddy! You're not my daddy! You're not my daddy!" He did not go down, did not stop reaching for her. She felt the tips of his fingers brush across one nipple. "Some honey." She tried to retreat, hit the sink behind her. There was nowhere to go. Her hand brushed against the towel-wrapped toaster. She grabbed the cloth and swung it in a sideways arc. The toaster collided with the side of his head with a resounding crunch. He went to one knee and she followed him down, pounding his head with the weapon until the toaster was a broken husk rattling inside the towel. "Here!" she shouted, knocking him over onto his back and hitting him again. "Do you love me now? Do you love me now?" His fat face was a ruin. Thick blood pooled around his dented head, and she could see the white of exposed skull through a dangling flap of scalp that hung down over his left eye. He smiled, showing his shattered teeth. "Ah," he said, his voice changed. Freddy's voice now. "No honey for your daddy?" Tracy backed away as he stood to his feet. His skin and clothes softened, ran like melting wax to reveal Freddy Krueger with a jaunty smile on his burned face and his bladed glove on his right hand. "What's with kids today?" he asked. "No respect." Tracy raised the toaster over her shoulders, ready to strike the moment he came for her. "I'm not afraid of you. You can't hurt me anymore." Freddy's smile grew wider, revealing filthy teeth. He reached behind him and pulled something from thin air. He held it up, shaking it at her, and Tracy cried out when she saw that it was a severed human ear, complete with a hearing aid. "Oh God," she thought, "that's Carlos's ear." "I'm sorry," Freddy said. "You'll have to speak up. This is my deaf ear." "You bastard!" "Oh, like I haven't heard that before." He chuckled. Tracy skirted along the counter, trying to get around him towards the hallway door.
This is my dream and I'll go where I want." Freddy stood and let her pass, waiting for her reaction. Tracy saw why and felt some of her hope die. The hallway door was gone, as were the windows over the sink, leaving only solid walls on every side. She glanced back to Freddy, who shrugged and then took a fighting stance, his gloved hand held ready at his side.
"It may be your dream, but it's my rules!"
Freddy moved in on her. She eyed the glove, felt the weight of her own makeshift weapon. It might have been enough before, but she was sure it would fall short against the real thing. She had to get out before it was too late. Her gaze fell on the old gas stove by the sink, and an idea came to life in her mind. She ran to it, twisted the knobs, heard the flump as the burners ignited into bright blue flames. She held her hands out over them, felt the heat rising.
"Careful now, honey," Freddy said. "You mustn't hurt yourself. That's my job!"
Freddy raised the glove over his head, ready to rend and rip. Suddenly, a voice filled the air around them, and Freddy turned to look for the source. "Tracy!" called the voice of Doc Cotto. "Where are you, girl? Wake yourself up! Get the hell out!" Freddy turned, realizing what she was about to do. He reached for her, but Tracy was faster. She slammed both of her wrists down on the burners and screamed as white-hot agony seared through her. Maggie sprinted through the shelter's corridors, her heart pounding a desperate drumbeat in her chest. She turned a corner, saw the door of the girls' dormitory, and redoubled her speed. She grabbed the knob, started to turn it, and that was when the screaming started inside. She burst inside, not bothering to answer the other girls' questions as she ran by their rooms to the last door on the left. A poster of Rick Springfield hung crookedly on it, and Maggie nearly tore it in two as she flung the door open and went inside. Tracy was there on her bed, awake and alive. Her hair was damp with sweat, her breathing rapid. It was obvious to Maggie that the girl had just awakened from a harrowing nightmare. Maggie reached out for her and then pulled back when she saw the angry red burns on the teenager's wrists. "Jesus, Tracy, what happened?" Tracy shook her head. There would be time for explanation later. Right then, there was only one thing on her mind. She threw the bedsheets aside and jumped from the bed, quickly donning a pair of jeans and a pair of shoes. "Come on!" she shouted, sprinting for the dormitory door. "Doc is still in there!" Doc Cotto walked into the dimly lit gym, checking each corner, every shadow, trying to see everywhere at once. He rubbed a large hand on the back of his neck and felt the little hairs standing on end as if the very air around him held an electric charge. Where was Tracy? Where was the other, this Freddy? A creaking to his right. Doc looked and saw the heavy punching bag swinging on its chain as if someone had just given it a good whack. Creak. Creak, creak. The heavy bag swung faster and faster, defying the laws of physics. Its arc grew by degrees, each pass longer. Something about the unreality of the thing seemed to make the world shift slightly under his feet. Something so mundane should not act so. He walked forward and caught the bag with both hands, arresting its momentum. When he released it, the bag remained still, once again slave to the natural way of things. "Tracy!" he called. The lights flickered, dimmed, and then went out, plunging the room into darkness. A second later, an emergency light came to fitful light, barely brighter than a candle. Shadows seemed to rise up around him, seemed to dance and caper themselves maniacally. Doc felt cold fear flood his veins and fought to control it. That was the key. Remain calm, remain in control. He was the master of his dreams, the master of his reality. To fall apart now would spell certain doom. Doc spied a rack of sports equipment along one wall, walked over and picked up a heavy wooden baseball bat. He hefted it over his shoulder,
reassured by its weight. "Doc, is that you?" Tracy's muffled voice coming from somewhere close by. He moved in her direction but saw no movement. A treadmill and a weight bench became fantastic monsters in the dark, all grabbing arms and sharp teeth. Doc blinked and they were just sports equipment again. There were no ghoulies or ghosties to be seen. "Yeah, Tracy," he replied. "Where are you?" "I'm here. I'm stuck in one of the lockers. Help me out." The lockers were to his left. He ran to the first and opened it. It was empty. He moved to the second, the third, the fourth, all empty. He came to the last and flung the door open in frantic desperation. Empty. "Tracy, where the hell are you?" "Right here," she said, breath warm on the back of his neck. Doc spun around, nearly fell, and cried out when he saw not Tracy but Freddy standing there watching him. "You taught her well," Freddy said, as the two began to circle each other like a pair of boxers in a ring. "But there's so much more to learn." Freddy swiped at Doc's face. Fast as lightning, Doc leaned back, felt the wind of the razor's passage a millimeter from the tip of his nose, and countered with the baseball bat. The barrel struck Freddy in the center of his face, smashing his teeth, his nose. Doc didn't stop hitting him until he lay in a crumpled heap on the floor. Doc watched the still figure for a moment, kicked Freddy's foot with his own. Surely that couldn't be it. Surely it was not so easy. A low moan issued from the fallen killer. It grew and grew, changed timbre, became a deep, throaty laugh. Doc backed away a step, bat raised to strike as Freddy got to his feet, brushing dirt from his ratty clothing. The wounds inflicted by the bat had vanished, leaving the villain in as good a shape as a burned man could be. He bent, picked up his hat, and placed it back on his head. "Sticks and stones may break my bones," Freddy said, "but nothing will ever kill me." He took a step forward and raised his left hand, his fingers splayed for Doc to see. "Let's see," he said. "First they tried burning me." Slice, he cut his index finger off. Blackish green fluid bubbled up from the stump. Freddy held up his pinky finger. "Next, they tried burying me." Slice, no more pinky. He held up his ring and middle fingers. "And here's my favorite. They even tried holy water." Chop! The ring finger fell to the floor, leaving only Freddy's middle finger shooting Doc a macabre version of a bird. "But I just kept on ticking," Freddy finished. He waved his glove over his mutilated hand. 1 second there was only one finger, the next all were back. Freddy wiggled them in a little hello wave. "They promised me that." "They?" asked Doc. "They," Freddy repeated, as if he were talking to a small child. "The dream people, the ones who gave me this job. You think you know about dreams? You know nothing. In dreams, I am forever. Too bad you're not!" Freddy lunged at Doc, intending to skewer him through the throat and end their discussion permanently. Doc dodged to the side, grabbed for Freddy, and managed to tear a strip from his red and green sweater. He backed away, felt the cold metal of the lockers press against him. He was cornered. He saw an evil gleam bloom in Freddy's terrible eyes as the demon lifted the glove to deliver the killing stroke. A loud bell began to ring, and Doc shot Freddy his own bird. Freddy howled with rage, swung the finger knives, and hit nothing but air. Doc was there for a half-second longer and then vanished into the ether. Freddy stared at the spot where the doctor had been and then kicked the lockers in frustration. Two had escaped him in one night. It couldn't be. It mustn't be. He was hungry for the kill, ravenous, and he would not be denied. "Just you wait," he breathed into the growing dark. "You are going to wish you died here and now. Now would have been easy.
It would have been nothing compared to what I'm going to do to you both now.
He turned and walked away as the last vestiges of the dream turned to mist and the familiar sounds of his boiler room clanked and hissed into life. Tracy outdistanced Maggie, her powerful legs pumping, driving her along the passage and down the stairs to the basement where Doc's office was. She reached the door, flung it open, and she and Maggie ran in to see Doc Cotto sitting in the chair behind his desk with a blaring alarm clock beside him. He shut it off and then gave them a pitying look. "What? I'm not stupid, you know." He stood and held a ragged piece of red and green cloth out for both of them to see, a wide grin spreading across his face. "And I think we have a way to get him." The street outside the shelter was preternaturally quiet, as if the night held its breath. No stray animal moved, no night bird sang its night songs. A single beetle trundled along the sidewalk, came to the image of Freddy drawn onto the cracked concrete. It put one spindly leg on the picture and rolled over on its back, dead. A crack resounded along the avenue, echoed off the shelter's facade. A bulge appeared in the sidewalk at the intersection of streets. It grew, fractured, and a tall metal street sign emerged. The pole was crooked and bent as a witch's nose. The sign plate at the top bent and speckled with rust, yet still legible. Elm Street. Freddy was right. Every town did have an Elm Street. Chapter 20. Family Reunion. Maggie leaned back in the chair behind Doc's desk, trying to calm her thrumming nerves as Doc secured electrodes to her temples. Immediately, a monitor began to beep in a steady cadence beside her as her brainwaves were transmitted from the electrodes along wires that now connected her to the machine. She watched the small screen where a thin green line began to rise and fall. Finished with his task, Doc knelt down in front of her with the piece of Freddy's sweater clutched in his hands. "We can't get him in the dream," Doc said, "but if this can come out, he can come out. And once he's out..." He flexed his muscles, tearing the scrap of cloth in two. "He's real. And if he's real, he can bleed." "And die," Tracy added from where she stood, near the office door. She began to pace, chewing on her already short fingernails. "Right," Doc nodded. "The bastard may be forever in his world, but we will own his ass in ours." "How will you know I have him?" Maggie asked. Doc patted the beeping monitor. "This'll tell me when you found him. Then I'll bring him out, and you out. You have to be holding on to him to carry him out." "I know," Maggie said, her determination evident on her face. Doc stood, his knees popping. "He's gonna try to trick you just like with Tracy. You have to be ready for that." He reached for the novelty 3D glasses sitting on the corner of his desk and handed them to Maggie. "Use these to see around him." Maggie took the glasses, uncertain whether or not Doc was playing a joke on her. "Are you for real?" "They mean nothing here, but inside the dream they can be anything you want them to be," he said. "He'll use your eyes to fool you, so use these to see beyond his bullshit. He got inside your head, now get inside his."
Maggie smiled ruefully. That's my job, right? Getting into people's heads, their brains? Tracy stopped pacing, walked over and took Maggie's hand in her own. Maggie smiled up at the teenage girl, pleased at the uncharacteristic display of affection. Be careful, Tracy said. He's good at finding out where it hurts the most. You gotta let me go with you. Maggie gave Tracy's hands a gentle squeeze. You can't. I'm sorry. It has to be me and him. You just be ready when I bring him out. Tracy frowned but nodded. She knew there was no point in arguing. Maggie turned her attention back to Doc. Okay, I'm ready. Put me under. Okay, he said. Try to relax. Focus on the green line on the monitor. Listen to the steady beep. Breathe deep. It's hypnotic, isn't it? Go with it. Hear the beep. Hear the sound of my voice. You're getting sleepy. See the line? See how it changes? It's your path to where he is. I'm going to count to 10. When I reach 10, you will be fully asleep. 1, 2, 3. Maggie's eyes felt heavy, her vision blurred. It was hard to keep focusing on the line. She closed them and found that she could still see the green line like a path through a dark forest inside her mind. She started walking down the path between the trees. 4, 5, 6, 7. Her breathing deepened, her heart slowed, her eyes began to flick back and forth behind their lids. She saw a light ahead. 8, 9, 10. She passed into the light. And opened her eyes on Doc's office. She sat up sighing. For a moment she thought that it hadn't worked. Then she realized that Doc and Tracy were gone. She was alone in the office. She reached up and found that the electrodes were gone as well. She stood and looked around. Everything looked the same, and yet... She lifted the cheap-looking 3D glasses and studied them. All right, Mags, she said. It's time to see beyond his bullshit. She donned the glasses. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. The world was tinted red and blue. Then the colors faded in a flash of white light. She reached up for the glasses and found they had vanished. She looked around her and gasped. Everything seemed sharper, more real than reality, as if the whole world around her had been printed in high definition. She felt something, like a frigid draft on the exposed skin at the base of her skull, and turned towards the painting of the dream demons hanging on the wall. The 3 worm creatures were moving. They writhed over the stone gate like snakes hissing sibilantly as they eyed her. A small light gleamed in the center of the portal. She knew what she needed to do. Get into his brain, she said as she walked up to the painting and gripped the frame. She wasn't surprised when her thumb sank into the picture. It was no longer a painting, it was a window. She lifted herself up and crawled through into the dark space inside. She looked around and saw only an endless expanse of midnight black in every direction. The only thing that seemed to exist in the universe was the gate and its guardians. She steeled herself and approached the gate. Each of the worms turned their human faces towards her, followed her with cold black eyes as she approached. She half expected them to try to bar her way, but they only observed as she passed through the arch into the blooming light beyond. She felt herself yanked forward into the blinding light at an incredible speed. The light filled her, became her. After a moment it faded and she found herself standing in a strange hallway with doors on either side. The floor was white tile, the walls a pistachio green, giving the passage the look of a hospital corridor that had fallen into disrepair. Electrical conduits and exposed wires crisscrossed along the ceiling and hung down like thick spiderwebs. Bright blue streaks of electricity crackled along the cables and sent orange sparks raining down.
She stepped towards the closest door, reached for the handle, and yanked her hand back just in time as electricity arced down from the cables and struck the metal door. She moved to the next one, and the same thing happened. Somewhere off in the distance, she thought she heard a gasp of surprise and anger. Freddy was so caught up in his brooding as he sat amongst the pipes and boilers of his refuge that he hadn't noticed the thin stream of light appear from thin air and pass through the back of his head. That changed the moment Maggie touched the first door. Pain, real pain, filled his head and he clutched his temples with both hands. He could feel her inside. His Catherine. This wasn't the way it was supposed to be. He was supposed to be inside her mind. She tried another door, causing his synapses to fire, and he screamed in pain. He stood up, knocking the old wooden chair he was sitting on to the floor. "Get out of my head!" he screamed. Lightning filled the corridor, blocking her way forward. Maggie looked around for any clue on how to proceed and saw an electrical fuse box on the wall beside the last door on the right. The fuse box cover was missing and the shoddy wiring was exposed. Maybe she could short out the box? Would that kill the electricity blocking her way? How could she do it? She ran her hands over her body, paused when she felt the belt cinched around her waist. She pulled it off and examined the metal buckle. It might work. She gripped the belt's leather strap and swung it back and forth in a growing arc. She took careful aim and made her throw. The belt buckle struck true, sending a great shower of sparks flying. Smoke filled the corridor with the scent of burning ozone. She coughed, waved her hand over her face to clear the worst of the smoke, and ran for the door before the electricity could return. She grabbed the handle, turned it, and ran through into a void. Light bloomed, and she found herself standing in the back of an elementary school classroom. The teacher was nowhere in sight, and a group of children sat in their desk watching a small blond boy dressed in a brown and tan sweater. Maggie glanced past him to the chalkboard, where someone had written, "I will not torture small animals," over and over again. She looked back to the boy who was opening a small cage and pulling out a brown and white gerbil. He placed the animal on the desk nearest him and then hefted a hammer. He brought it down once, twice, a third time, a huge grin spreading across his young face. "Jesus," she thought, "I'm in Freddy's memories." As one, the other children stood and surrounded the young Kruger kid and began to chant, "Son of 100 maniacs, son of 100 maniacs." Their taunts didn't seem to register with the young boy. Little Freddy just kept pounding away at the dead gerbil until it was nothing more than a wet pile of mush. Finally, one of the kids, tired of being ignored, grabbed Freddy's arm. Freddy froze for a second and then spun around and clamped his teeth down on the unfortunate child's nose. The kid screamed and beat at Freddy's head, but it did no good. Freddy shook his head like a dog shaking a toy, and blood began to flow. "Oh, God!" Maggie moaned, backing away from the sight. She backed through the classroom doorway, out into the echoing hallway. There was another flash, and the scene changed. She looked around, recognizing where she was. It was the basement of the Elm Street home. Gone were the dust and cobwebs. Tools hung from pegs on the walls. Well used but clean. The floor was freshly swept. It was obvious to Maggie that the basement belonged to someone with exacting expectations. A titter of laughter to her right. Maggie looked and saw Freddy, now a teenager, standing in one corner of the basement with his shirt pulled up to reveal his flat stomach. Thin pink and white lines crisscrossed his abdomen and ribs, evidence of healing wounds. He held a straight razor in his right hand, pressed it to his skin. Giggling, he pulled the blade across his stomach, opening a small red slit that dribbled blood. It beaded into fat crimson diamonds that rolled down
to soak into Freddy's waistband. Someone was coming down the stairs. Freddy paused mid-cut and turned to see a scruffy middle-aged man with long black hair and 3 days' growth of beard on his sallow cheeks. This was Freddy's stepfather, and the keeper of the pristine workshop and its tools. Apparently, his fastidiousness didn't extend to his personal hygiene. He stumbled down the stairs, a leather belt looped around one hand. Maggie took a breath and nearly gagged at the thick clouds of alcohol that surrounded him. "You've been a waste ever since I took you in, boy," the man rasped, snapping the belt against the stair railing menacingly. "Now it's time to take your medicine." Freddy just stood there with a grin on his face as the strap came down and slapped over his shoulders. Smack! The grin grew wider. Smack! He howled with laughter. Smack! Smack! The man's face grew red, his eyes wide. He hit Freddy harder and harder. The leather belt thrummed through the air. "Thank you, sir," Freddy said. "May I have another?" Muscles bunched up in the man's shoulders and arms, the cords standing out beneath his flesh. He lifted the belt and swung it with all of his might. Freddy stepped into the swing and caught his stepfather's wrist, stopping the swing cold. The man tried to pull free, but the crazed teen was too powerful for him. Freddy pulled the man closer until they stood eye to eye. Fear spread over the man, causing him to quake in his boots. The acrid scent of Freddy's madness wafted off of him in waves. "Do you want to know the secret of pain?" Freddy asked. "If you stop feeling it, you can start using it." He lashed out with the straight razor and sliced a deep gash from the crook of the man's elbow to his wrist, cutting a faded tattoo of a heart on his wrist in half. Dark blood flowed up. To Maggie, it looked almost like black oil rising from a fissure in the ground. Freddy released the man and staggered back, falling on the ground at the base of the stairs. He tried to crawl away, but Freddy didn't give him the chance. He was on his stepfather in a second, grabbing the man by his hair on the back of his head. He yanked his head back, raised the blade over the man's face. "No, stop!" Maggie yelled. Freddy swung the straight razor at his stepfather's eyes. Flash! The Elm Street house basement was gone, to be replaced by the clanking, hissing boiler room. A dim light shone through a door that was open just a crack. Maggie approached it slowly, wary of what new horrors she might see on the other side. She put her hand on it, felt the rough wood beneath her fingertips, and pushed. There was a small room on the other side, lit by a single bulb that dangled from the ceiling by an exposed wire that had been mended in several places with black electrical tape. Newspaper clippings from the Springwood Gazette were taped to the brick walls above a box, spring, and mattress. Someone lay on the bed, his familiar head of blonde hair visible above the threadbare quilt covering him. Raised voices drew her attention to a small window set high up one wall, and Maggie turned to see shadowy figures crouching outside. "He's in there," said a woman's husky voice from outside. "Give me the lighter. The court should have taken care of him. Now it's up to us." Maggie saw a flicker of orange light, and then the window was shattered by a Molotov cocktail made from a gasoline-filled beer bottle and a flaming piece of torn t-shirt. It tumbled end over end and shattered on the wall over the sleeping man. Bright, burning death rained down on him, and Freddy came awake with a scream of pain. Maggie saw that he was dressed in the red and green sweater and brown slacks that he'd worn in her nightmares. He'd beat at the fire that had taken root in his clothing and his hair, but it was already too late. The fuel burned too hot, and the fire was hungry for more. Suddenly, the crackle of the flames and Freddy's screams faded to silence, and both he and Maggie stared at three twisting shapes that materialized from the black smoke near the ceiling. Maggie gasped when she realized it was the three dream demons from Doc Cotto's painting. The worm-like creatures weaved through the air around Freddy,
each speaking to him in unison.
We know what you want,
they said, their voices an ancient sibilant hiss. Freddy glanced past them to the broken window where the parents of his victims milled about, waiting and watching as he burned. He looked back at them, his eyes alight with the hate-filled fire of hell. "I want to make them pay!" Freddy shouted. "I want to take all their children from them just like they took my child from me! I want to kill every last one until the people of this shitty town are broken and curse the day they were born." The worms chuckled, pleased. "Then open up to us, let us in, and you will be forever." Freddy threw his arms wide, and the worms flew into his chest. There was a blinding flash of light, and Maggie opened her eyes on the hallway with its exposed wires and chipped tiles. She looked around and saw that all the doors with the exception of one was open. One last memory, she thought. She moved towards it and heard the hum of the electricity turning back on. She saw the wires leading towards the door, knew what Freddy was about to do. "What is behind the last door? What don't you want me to see?" She sprinted forward before the electricity could reach the door and bar her way and slammed it open. She ran through into a golden beam of afternoon sunlight that lit the water tower like a beacon. Thunk, thunk. She was in her childhood backyard once again. She turned towards the sound and saw her childhood self standing on top of the cellar stairs, staring as her father bashed her mother's brains out on the ground. Loretta Kruger's face was purple, her eyes a web of broken capillaries. Maggie could tell right away that she was dead. Her father realized that he was being watched and dropped Loretta to the grass. He turned to his daughter, held out his hands to her. "It's all right, Catherine. Come here." The little girl shook her head as tears streamed down her face. Freddy took a step towards her, his eyes pleading for her to understand. "Don't cry, baby. Your mommy had to take her medicine for snooping into Daddy's special work. But you won't tell, will you?" The little girl shook her head, her pigtails swinging around her head. "I won't tell." "But you did tell, didn't you?" Maggie turned. The yard was gone and the nightmare boiler room was back. The burned haunter of dreams stood twiddling his finger knives 5 feet away from her. "Now," he said, "it's time to take your medicine." He took a step towards her, the bladed glove ready at his side. "You killed my mother," she said, grabbing a metal pipe from the floor and stepping forward to meet him. She swung the pipe at his face, hitting him a solid blow that tore his cheek open. He howled with laughter, as if having great bodily harm inflicted on him was the funnest thing he'd ever seen. Maggie felt her gorge rising when she saw his filthy teeth working through the wound to his face. "Get it together, girl," she thought. "It's now or never." She lunged forward and wrapped her arms around his waist. Freddy's laughter tapered off as he glanced down with dawning realization. The image of Nancy Thompson filled his mind. He'd been through this before. "Oh, no, you don't!" he growled. "You aren't getting me!" He lifted the glove over his head, poised to strike. The monitor in Doc Cotto's office was a cacophony of beeps, the thin green line rising and falling in jagged peaks.
Tracy looked over her shoulder at Doc, sitting tensely at the sleeping Maggie's side. Maggie was restless, her eyes rolling wildly behind her closed eyes, strangled moans escaping her lips. "She's got him!" Tracy shouted. "Get her out!" The glove came down and passed right through Maggie's body like it was made of smoke. Freddy looked at his hand, at his daughter, and saw that they both were fading. "Not this shit again!" he cried, as he and Maggie vanished from the dream into the waking world. Chapter 21. Freddy Says Goodnight. Maggie flailed about as she came awake, nearly hitting Doc in the face. She jumped up, fist raised, as she, Doc, and Tracy scanned the office for any sign of Freddy. There was no sign of him. They were alone. "Where the hell is he?" Tracy asked. "I had him," Maggie said. "Maybe the trip killed him." Maggie looked down at her hands and shook her head in wonder. Everything was still in sharp focus, as if the world around her was more real than it had ever been before. She could see the pattern of fine lines left by the painter's brush as he painted the office walls. She could see the eyes of a tiny spider that watched them curiously from its perch on top of the bookcase across the room. "No," Maggie said. "I'm still seeing things like I did in my dream. He's still alive. It's not over yet." Tracy turned her head to stare at the office door and the dark basement beyond. "What do we do now?" Doc moved towards the door and pushed it open. Nothing moved in the passage beyond. "We find him, that's what," he said. "We finish this before he can hurt anyone else." He stepped over the threshold into the dimly lit corridor and walked toward the stairs leading up to the ground floor. The two women followed behind, and they all stopped halfway along the hall beside two closed doors. The one on the right opened onto the shelter's furnace and electrical room. The hiss of the old furnace sent chills along her spine. She reached out, touched the door, and shook her head. She couldn't quite explain it, but something inside was whispering that it wasn't right. She turned to the door on the left and put her hand on it. The door felt warm, where the other had been cold. Something breathed on the other side. She turned the knob and walked inside. The room was large and lit by incandescent bulbs housed in rusted fixtures that hung down from the roof at regular intervals. A metal cage took up one end of the room, while the rest was a maze of boxes piled neatly to the ceiling. Maggie walked to the cage and opened the gate. Inside were several tables piled high with the contraband that had been confiscated from the boys and girls of the shelter. "He's probably not even here," Doc said nervously. "I'll feel better after we check it out anyway," Maggie said, entering the cage and searching through the assorted weapons and tools. Doc and Tracy walked in and began to peruse the items as well. Doc picked up a machete and turned it back and forth in the warm yellow glow from the overhead bulb. "I can't believe the stuff we take off these kids." Maggie picked up a large butcher's knife, considered it, and put it back. "You should be grateful. We're going to need this shit to take Freddy out." "Hey," Tracy said, holding up a 6-inch long knife that was decorated with red and silver filigree along the blade. "Take a look at this." "That's too small," Maggie said. Tracy turned her eyes, growing wide at the sight of Maggie standing there with a wooden baseball bat studded with nails in one hand and a huge Bowie knife with brass knuckles on the handle in the other. Standing there like that, Tracy thought that Maggie looked like a badass warrior or a barbarian. "I guess so," Tracy said, eyeing her small knife before putting it back down. She picked up several ninja throwing stars and stuffed them in her pocket. Doc picked up a hammer, tested the weight. "You really think he's here?" "He's here," Maggie answered. I can feel it." She stepped out of the cage and paused as if she were a bloodhound scenting a rabbit. She turned towards the stacks of boxes. It was there, like a flickering candle seen through fog. She crossed the room and stepped down the aisle between the boxes. Someone was groaning beyond the next turn. Maggie gripped the bat's handle tighter and walked around the bend. He was there, only much changed. Gone was the burned demon. In its place sat the blond man from her memories. He sat against a wooden crate, panting in pain and bleeding from the ragged wound she'd inflicted on his cheek. He touched the wound and held his hand out to show her the blood. "You're real here," she said. "It's not my fault. You saw what they did to me when I was a kid. I loved you and your mother. I tried so hard to be good." "I know, Daddy," Maggie said, holding his bright blue gaze with her own. "I knew you would believe me," he said, slowly getting to his feet. "You were my little girl. They should never have taken you away from me. I think I could have stopped if I still had you with me." "I know, Daddy." He was 5 feet away from her, his bloody left hand held out for her to take, his right hidden behind him. Something wicked glinted in his eyes, giving them a momentary red and yellow hue. Maggie smiled in response. She was no fool. Freddy swung the bladed glove from behind his back, and Maggie met it with the baseball bat. Bones crunched and the glove came free. It skidded across the floor in a bloom of sparks. Maggie ran for it, picked it up, turned. Freddy was gone. "Maggie!" Doc shouted. "Where are you, girl?" "I'm here," she called back. "I found him, but he disappeared again. Be careful." Maggie weaved her way through the maze of crates and boxes, searching for any sign of renewed attack. She turned the corner and met Tracy and Doc in front of the cage. Both were covered in a thin sheen of sweat. They glanced around, seemingly on the verge of bolting. Their fear was a palpable thing. "Why don't I feel it like they do?" Maggie wondered. "I'm not frightened at all." Perhaps it was anger that drowned out her fear. Anger at the loss of a mother she'd never known she had. Anger for what was stolen from her. She pushed forward into the cage, staring into the corners and under the tables. There was nowhere for the monster to hide. Clang! The cage door swung shut and locked behind her. Maggie spun on her heels, but at the ready, and saw Freddy hanging from the ceiling like some demented ghoul. The illusion of normalcy was gone, and the charred nightmare was back. "Maggie!" Tracy screamed. She charged forward and tried the gate, found it shut fast. Doc joined her and both kicked and beat on the gate, but it was no use. It was as if the dream demon held it closed by the working of his own will. "Where's the damn key?" Doc yelled. "I don't know," Tracy said, looking around the floor at her feet. "It was here a minute ago." Freddy released his grip on the roof and flipped over to land on his feet, lithe and quick as a cat. He held out his wounded right hand to her. "Your friends can't help you now, Catherine. Give Daddy back his glove, Princess." "Why?" she asked, backing away from him, the glove in one hand, the bat in the other. "You tried to kill me. Why should I listen to you now?" Freddy took a step closer. "We are all we have left, just you and me. I'm your blood. Give me the glove and I'll take care of you. We can be together forever." "You'll take care of me?" Maggie asked. "Like you took care of Mother?" Fire burned in Freddy's eyes. He ran forward impossibly fast, but Maggie was ready for him. She whipped the bat across his face, spilling fresh blood and knocking his hat off. "Like you took care of Carlos?" She hit him in the other side of his face, breaking his nose. "Like you took care of Spencer?" She jabbed him in the stomach with the end of the bat, and he bent over. "Like you took care of John and all the other Springwood kids?" She brought the bat down on the back of his head, burying the nails to the hilt in his skull. He reached for the bat, and she grabbed his hand with her right, intertwining her fingers in his. "Oh, Daddy," she crooned. "I remember when we used to hold hands like this when I was a child. I didn't like it then either." She flexed her hand, bending his fingers back until they broke, the fine bones jutting through his skin. He stumbled away, pulling away from her grasp. He yanked on the baseball bat, screaming as the nails came free, each dripping with viscid brain matter. He tossed the bat aside, and then bent his broken fingers back into place. "Fuck!" he shouted. "I forgot how much it hurts to be human." "Aw, Daddy," Maggie said. "Look who's being a whiny little bitch." Freddy growled, all pretense of niceties gone. "I didn't need the glove to kill your bitch mother, and I don't need it to kill you now." Maggie considered the knife at her belt and then looked at the bladed glove still clutched in her left hand. Freddy saw her and grinned. "Go ahead," Freddy said. "Try it out. Put it on. It's in your blood." Maggie did, sliding the glove onto her right hand. She felt the lethal weight of it. She flourished the blades, listening to the sound they made as they clashed against each other. How many innocent children heard that sound before they died? How many had felt the razor's biting edge? She looked back up at Freddy and felt true hatred fill her for the first time in her life. "Feels good, doesn't it?" he asked, beckoning her closer. "Come to Daddy. Let me show you how to use it." She came at him, the glove held close to her side, like she'd seen him do. He reached for her and she jumped forward and jammed all 4 blades deep into his stomach. He wrapped his arms around her, trying to fight her off, but his strength seemed to be fading, and she stayed close. She jammed the glove into him again and again, twisting and twiddling her finger blades in his rotten guts. Freddy held his head back and screamed. "Ah! Maggie!" She glanced towards the gate and saw Tracy with the pipe bomb Orderly Kelly had taken from Spencer just days ago, clutched in her hand. She tossed it to Maggie, who caught it with her left hand, pressed a switch on the side, and shoved it into Freddy's open abdomen. "Happy Father's Day!" Maggie shouted, giving him a kick in the balls and then running for the gate. She hit it, and it gave under her hands. Whatever power Freddy had over it diminished and broken. She took Tracy and Doc by the arm and rushed them out of the room, along the hallway, and up the stairs. In the basement, Freddy dug into his torn abdomen, not caring if he caused more pain, more injury. He felt the pipe, tried to grab it, but it was slick with blood, and he lost his grip. The pipe began to buzz inside him as the trigger prepared to go off. Freddy pulled his hand out and sat back against the wall, staring off into space. It had been a good run, and he'd gotten away with it for a long time. How much longer would he have gone on if not for those meddling kids? The buzzing became a thrum that shook his very bones. A second later, the bomb ignited, blowing the dream demon to shreds. Maggie felt the building tremble as the explosion rocked the whole structure. She skidded to a stop and burst into raucous laughter beside Doc and Tracy, who joined in, each hugging the others. Suddenly, the world shifted from high definition to a weird mix of red and blue, and Maggie realized the 3D glasses she'd used to see past Freddy's illusions had reappeared on her face. She reached up, pulled them off, and handed them back to Doc, who folded them and stowed them in his shirt pocket. "What the hell is going on?" They turned to see Kelly and several teenagers running towards them up the hall. Doc pointed to the basement door and shrugged. "I'm not sure. It sounded like the basement boiler blew. You better go check it out." Kelly puffed his chest out, an important man on important business. He ran by with the curious kids in tow. Maggie, Doc, and Tracy watched them until they were out of sight, and then turned once again to each other. Maggie grinned. "Freddy's dead," she said. Outside, the chalk image of the killer that had appeared after Maggie and Tracy's return from Springwood began to fade away into nothingness. The final nightmare was finally over. Epilogue. Another time and place. The entity was nameless and ageless, had existed in the black void between the stars for as long as it could remember. It thought of itself as the one who watches and laughs. Its favorite things to watch were the destruction of the innocent and the ones who loved them. It had watched the ancient Sumerians as they sacrificed their own children to their gods. It laughed as it watched innocent women burned at the stake or boiled in oil during the Salem witch trials. Oh, how it had enjoyed the Holocaust. Sometimes it liked to do more than watch. Sometimes its attention would be caught by a story or piece of art so gruesome and evil that it had the power to capture the entity's essence. When this happened, it would take the form of the interesting thing and run around in its skin for a time. It was happening again. The entity stared from its place between the worlds at the thin man slumped over his writing desk. The man's hair and beard were gray, and there were dark circles under his closed eyes. His name was Wes, and he was a teller of tales. Many of his stories were mean, but one in particular was calling out to it, telling it that it had the power to capture its black soul. The entity looked at the computer screen by the man's head and saw a small cursor blinking in a steady cadence on a field of white. It was blank, empty, like the entity itself, and full of potential. All the storyteller needed was a little push. It reached out and touched the man's head with its invisible fingers, disturbing his pleasant dreams. The man groaned as the bit of mental grit became a wicked pearl inside his mind. He came awake with a start and looked around in fear as if expecting a visitor. "Freddy?" he called, and then he grimaced, embarrassed that he'd called out to a figment of his imagination. Of course, Freddy wasn't there. He was a character Wes had created years ago. Still, there was something to the dream he'd awakened from. A light bulb flashed on in his head, and his grimace turned to a grin. He'd been struggling to come up with the beginning of a new script, and he thought he'd just caught it out of thin air. The entity felt excitement coursing through it as the man put his fingers on the computer keyboard and typed 4 words. Then the man sat back and read the screen. "Wes Craven's New Nightmare," he said. "It's not Mozart, but it still sings just the same." "Yes," thought the entity with a wicked laugh. Already it could feel the change beginning. The formless took on form. It glanced down at its burned and scarred body, at the glove with its 4 razor-sharp blades, and felt joy. "Yes," it thought, "it really does sing." Okay, Slashaholics, this has been Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare. A Nightmare on Elm Street 6, the fan novelization by Jeremy Terry. I enjoyed this entire book, not just the stuff that we expected from the movie in novelization form, but all the little things, creative liberties, and extra inner thoughts, extra dialogue, added scenes that were taken from the movie, alternate scenes. All of that just was perfect in this novelization. Had a blast reading it. And it's so awesome to have every Freddy movie covered now. But, a little surprise for all of you that might not know this, Jeremy Terry is going to be working on fan novelizations of A Nightmare on Elm Street 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the future. You might be asking yourself, But you might be asking me, but Slasher, we already have those books. Well, as you all know, the novelizations for those Freddy movies are very short and just carbon copies of the movie. There's no flair to them. There's no creative liberties. Freddy doesn't get to have a lot of fun, except for maybe the third one. But Jeremy is going to work on those in the future. Very exciting for that to come, and I look forward to adding those to the channel as alternate novelizations for all you Freddy fans. But back to this book. Loved it. I was a little sad that I didn't get to say, now you're playing with power. But yeah, if you want to go back and hear what I thought of the prologue through chapter 19, you can do that in the individual chapters. But I'm mostly going to talk about the ending here. Really, really enjoyed the stuff in Freddy's head. That was awesome. We got a peek into the dream demons a little more than the movies gave us. What Catherine thought of everything. And, their showdown in the basement was a lot of fun. And her entry into, the dream world, into Freddy's head, the way it was explained, and Freddy feeling the pain and everything, felt more brutal and stuff than the movie did. And the use of the 3D glasses, also great. I just wish that at some point, and maybe I'll do it in a Freddy book in the future, that when Freddy's brought from the dream world, as soon as he comes out, he's just screaming in agony and pain because he's human again and he's burned from head to toe. Okay, I'm kidding a little bit there. That would kind of just ruin the story, but think about it for a second. He should be screaming, right? Unless all of his nerves are killed. That's a possibility, I reckon. But also, in the movie Freddy's Dead, the glasses are supposed to help her see through the illusions, and yet she still sees him as human Freddy, even because the glasses are still working until he's dead. But then again, she knew he was full of shit, but I don't think that's the same as the glasses doing their job. But it's okay. That's nothing to really, harp on. The movie was a lot of fun. Even if it is one of the worst Freddy movies, it's still a fun movie. I still like it. But I absolutely loved the novelization. And I'm so glad that Jeremy took the time to write it for all of us. And that epilogue, I did not see that coming. Great epilogue, Jeremy. I think all the slashaholics are going to agree. Throwing in the stuff about the entity, setting up New Nightmare, that was awesome. And I would love to see your take on New Nightmare, honestly. Your version of New Nightmare, what you would do with it. Maybe not put yourself into the book like the author of New Nightmare, the novelization did, David. But, kind of get us into the entity more and find out who was helping the entity. Maybe the babysitter was possessed for a while. Somebody had to be sending those letters in the mail and making those phone calls and stuff, I seriously doubt the entity was going to the post office and mailing these letters and, getting a cell phone at the time, big old Zach Morris cell phone, and making phone calls to Nancy. Or, I'm sorry, to Nancy. To Heather. But yeah, that epilogue was awesome. 10 out of 10. Great job, Jeremy. Really loved this book, and the epilogue was chef's kiss. Thank you so much for that. Alright, everybody, I would love to hear from you in the comments section, and Jeremy would too. What did you think of these final chapters, and what did you think of Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare, the fan novelization by Jeremy Terry? Did you enjoy it as much as me? What did you like about it? What were the creative liberties he took that you enjoyed the most? Stuff like that. Did you enjoy the epilogue? We'd love to hear from you. Please take the time to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Click the like button, drop a comment below, and if you really want to go the extra mile, spread the word, and go even further than that. You can become a Patreon member, a channel member. That can really help keep the channel going and growing for years to come. You can pick up one of my books, or one of Jeremy's, or James Acosta's on Amazon. All that information is always in the pinned comment and description below these narrations. And if you want to do like a one-time tip to the channel, you can do through PayPal, Cash App, or a super thanks comment below on any video on the channel. You can even get a cameo video. on Cameo, if you want me to do a happy birthday and anniversary thing, anything you want, I'll make you a fun video. I can do it as me, as Freddy, Chucky, whatever you want. It can be a lot of fun. All the information for any of that is in the pinned comment description. I had a blast. I hope you did too. Until next time, this has been your friendly neighborhood 80s slasher librarian saying thanks for listening. Be excellent to each other. Remember, the sun never sets on those who ride into it. Stay sane inside insanity out there, folks. Pleasant dreams! And don't worry, one way or the other, Freddy will be back. See you next.
Time to wake up, the librarian is back. The librarian is back. The librarian is back in the slasher groove. It's time to wake up, it's time to wake up. No more distractions, no more co-host review shows. Just narrating slasher books for slashaholics. I'm done with those damn review shows. Done with being someone's co-host. I'm just narrating slasher books for the slashaholics. I'm done with those damn review shows. Done with being someone's co-host. I'm just narrating slasher books for the slashaholics. And when Jason walks in with his machete, or when you cross paths with Myers, or you dream of Freddy, whatever the tale, I'm gonna read it for you. Cause I'm the 80s fucking slasher librarian, Josh LaRue. Whatever I read, whatever you hear, there's one thing I'll promise year after year. You're gonna get the best of my best, this I promise you. Cause I'm back in that fucking bloody slasher groove. Because the librarian is back in the slasher groove. The librarian is back in that slasher groove. That's a promise from Josh LaRue. Slasher books both old and new, written by me and written by you. Yup, now I'm back, I'm back. No more distractions, no more co-host reviews. The librarian is back in that slasher groove. Just narrating slasher books for slashaholics. The librarian is back. I even wrote my own take on Jason and Freddy. Started with quarantine and then I was ready. So I sent Krueger to space in celestial slumber. Then Jason went primal and the Raptors had his number. My audiobooks have crossed 75. Now let's hit 100 and have a fucking good time. The librarian is back in the slasher groove. The librarian is back in that slasher groove. Just narrating slasher books for slashaholics. The librarian is back. Even wrote my own take on Jason and Freddy. Started with quarantine and then I was ready. So I sent Krueger to space in celestial slumber. Then Jason went primal and the Raptors had his number. My audiobooks have crossed 75. Now let's hit 100 and have a fucking good time. The librarian is back in the slasher groove. Just narrating slasher books for slashaholics. The librarian is back. The librarian is back in the slasher groove. It's time to wake up. It's time to wake up. No more distractions. My own take on Jason and Freddy. Started with quarantine and then I was ready. So I sent Krueger to space in celestial slumber. Then Jason went primal and the Raptors had his number. My audiobooks have crossed 75. Now let's hit 100 and have a fucking good time. The librarian is back in the slasher groove. Just narrating slasher books for slasher both old and new. Written by me and written by you. Yo, I'm back, no more distractions. No more distractions. No more distractions. No more co-host review shows.